When you gonna run the whole wide world? I do recall there was madness in your eyes. Let it come out tonight. Let it come out tonight. Yeah, yeah. Your sister and the boyfriend, they could go roll their eyes about it.
Furley would like to tell everyone why I'm late. Is it because you just insisted on standing outside and barking for 5 minutes straight and running around? I think so. I think that's what happened. Yeah. Indeed. All right. Okay. Love your shroom sweater. Thank you so much. All right. Hermes, thank you for the tier 1. Nosilla, thank you for the 9 months. DJ Kento, thank you for the bits. Reminder, you are indeed rad as fuck. Thank you. Let's all collectively kill it this week. Yes, let's do it. Communism, thank you for the 5 months. Jaina, thank you for the 45 months. Cool Chatter, thank you for the Prime. Moon Drips, thank you for the 13 months. Okay, all right. He's telling the people not to vote for Spencer Pratt. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's yelling out to the people of Los Angeles not to vote for stupid ass Spencer Pratt. He's like, listen, you dumb fucks. Okay, I will talk about Obsession, which I did finally get to see today. And I will say that I greatly enjoyed it. And I'm a little confused by people's reactions who seem to be confused as to the real villain in the film. I thought it was pretty obvious. I, from the get-go, was like, yeah, I know what this is about. Like, I understand. I don't think anyone's actually confused. I don't know, man. I went online and was seeing people's reactions to it, and plenty of people who get it, but then others who don't, including film critics who I respect. Is this, yeah, hold on 1 second. Permission to the bonk. Yes. White Grizzly. And thank you for the 32 months. Brigitte, thank you for the 14 months. I'm genuinely concerned by the takes I've seen. And I saw some people say, well, maybe the themes needed to be driven home for those who didn't understand. And that's concerning to me because, okay, this is spoiler free until otherwise. But right now, spoiler free. Were there ways for the themes to be driven home a little harder? Sure. But I thought it was pretty clear. And I will say there were some notes I thought of that could have been effective creatively. Like there were a couple things when I was watching, I went, okay, this would be interesting if they switched the perspective, just that kind of stuff. But like when I got to the end of it, I went, yeah, that was great. And I totally get what is being said here. Indy Navarette used to be a COD Twitch streamer. This video of her highlights from that came up on my YouTube feed. She is fucking incredible. I just have to give her her flowers. She is unbelievably awesome in this role. I was taken with her from the get-go. What an unbelievable debut, which I believe it's her debut. And if not, she's still obviously a relative unknown. So to deliver a powerhouse performance like this, and she is a big reason why the nature of this film and what Curry Barker is saying as far as far as the commentary, like she makes it very clear because of how it's just committed she is to this performance. She's so good. She's been acting for a bit, but this is her first breakthrough film role. Yes. Also, because I am not doing spoilers right now, just be careful in chat not to do any spoilers, please. Since this film is still in theaters and a lot of people are really excited to go see it. So just please, please, please don't put any spoilers in, as I am speaking spoiler free right now. Tejan, thank you for the 38 months. Almighty, thank you for the 9 months. I think some people think the director Curry is conservative. That's crazy. That's wild to me. I also saw some people try and reduce him to like, oh, this is a very, like, kind of try to attack him on being Gen Z. And I was like, I don't understand how that's a negative thing here. In fact, I think his being versed in internet online culture and the, gendered violence that we see online on a daily basis, I think that is informing his commentary in this film. All I'll say is that I saw the trailer and I know who the villain is. Come on now. Yeah, I don't think it was something that you had to like read between the lines. I don't know. I was very confused to see, like I said, people who are respectable film critics say that it was very muddied and that there was too much sympathy for a certain somebody. I didn't feel that at all. And in fact, I thought it was actually a really good depiction of kind of the gray area of abuse and of coercion and all these things that we talk about, and how it's not always black and white, and there is nuance to it. There is nuance that's always required when we talk about these things, because of how frequently in discussions of gendered violence, a lot of people fall in the middle. Like, as I said, I think, unfortunately, there's still this persistence. There's still this societal persistence in what, in what I'm just going to kind of broadly call it abuse, so I don't give anything away, but just kind of broadly describe this as abuse. And so I actually really appreciated the character choices in this film.
What's up? My name is Shakira. I was there in your stream last night when you mentioned that.
Wait, what is this? Indie Never at Gun Game Kill compilation.
You've always wanted like a compilation video of your kills in Call of Duty.
That is
think I'm decent enough to do it.
You know what? Unbelievable that this actress is a COD player.
So I offered last night, and thankfully you said yes. So I made this video for you. I really hope you enjoy it, and the whole point is to just have fun. So I really appreciate you taking the time to watch it, and please enjoy. Thank you.
You want me to make a compilation of you getting kills? Yes. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. No.
I firmly believe that she is a star. This was her star-making vehicle. She is so good. Oh!
Has he had his afternoon walk?
Yes, and we met two very sweet old dogs who were just enjoying the sunshine.
Did you stream on Twitch?
Yes, this is a COD kill compilation.
That's so
Isn't that awesome?
That's right.
Wow, Dragon Army, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs for Shirtless Will Neff. Hungry Brain, thank you for the 14 months.
What?
Also, Will probably tell this story on his stream, but he was wearing his I Love Hot Dads shirt, and he went to the gym earlier, and he got hit on by a couple of older men, and he forgot he was wearing that shirt. He got hit on multiple times.
This is raise my voice. Holy crap.
Scratching at the door. He's literally scratching at the door.
Here, why are you doing that?
Oh my god. Just think, Quantarage, that we get to make a montage for Caroline's gaming kills when she gets a breakout role. No, it'll be me stepping in every bear trap in Resident Evil.
Look at that. That's me. What the hell did I just jump into? This is like some family fucking drama. Excuse me. Excuse me. What? Wow.
That's fucking awesome. Also, I'm down to watch something on the film that's not a spoiler. Here, I actually have not watched the trailer, so I'm curious. Sometimes I do this when I avoid watching trailers because I'm trying to go into something as blindly as I can. Then I watch the trailer after to see, just to kind of catch the vibe.
Have you ever actually like flirted with Nikki?
I'm gonna go get some shots.
I'll come with you if she means this much to you. And I know she does. To say, Nikki, I think we should grab a drink sometime.
Nikki, wait. I was gonna ask you,
What?
I lost my train of thought.
I
Good night. What else?
Why?
One wish well.
Wonder Gal, thank you for the 5 gifteds.
I wish Nikki Freeman loved me more.
Okay, I did see someone say, I actually saw quite a few people say that they're like, I can't look at, I don't know this actor's name, but they're like, I can't. Wait, let me see the one review. Nobody take this in any way, but Bear looks exactly like if Dave Franco and Charlie Kirk had a baby. I don't know why multiple people have said that they see Charlie Kirk in this actor in somewhere in his face.
More than anyone in the entire world.
He looks like if Ludwig and Charlie Kirk had a baby.
I love you so much.
I don't see it.
A love only the branch of a willow tree could conjure.
So good.
It's weird how you two are dating all of a sudden. Like, super dating.
I think Nikki is going through something.
Hogan, thank you for the
Like,
gifted.
what? Is she okay?
No.
Jeez, what kind of spells you put on her?
This is me laughing at Nandre yesterday in Subnautica 2.
Nikki? I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you!
Ooh!
I was calling to see if there's a way I can cancel a wish. I'm sorry, we don't really do that.
So she's just stuck like this forever?
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as you live. As long as I live?
Goddamn. Queen Witch, thank you for the 14 months. Okay, having seen this trailer, I also am going to say what I said, which was I think it's not hard to see the commentary here. You know? And as I said, there are certainly some changes that I wouldn't be, not changes. Some creative decisions that I was thinking of after I watched this film, which is usually a good sign because that means that I really enjoyed something. but my brain is thinking of different choices that could have been made in the telling of the story, and just a couple things character wise that I was also desiring, but genuinely I got what this film was. So I think maybe what's happening is because it's blowing up in popularity, now people are kind of doing the thing where they're like, actually, I think I'm the only person who didn't like this movie, which you don't have to like a film because a lot of people like it. But also I was reading that type of criticism, you know, from the people saying it looks like I'm one of the few people who didn't like this film. And it, to me, read as, oh, wait, I think you came away with a totally different understanding than what, in my opinion, was pretty clearly presented in the film, like throughout it. Who is the best Family Guy?
Who sounds the most like Joe?
Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter. Hey, Peter.
That's not good.
Am I trying too hard?
Yeah, it's just like you're supposed to sound like Joe from Family Guy.
I know that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, just try again.
Hey, Peter.
I don't know.
That's so awesome. The director himself keeps saying that the message and theme isn't subtle. Yeah, which one thing I would say, this is still spoiler free. One thing I would say is I would like to maybe have seen it pulled back a little bit, and then we ramp up, like kind of just a little bit less intense so early on. But again, I fully stand by that it was pretty clear what Curry Barker's commentary was. I don't think it was subtle. So it would have been see, in my brain, I'm like, oh, it would have been interesting to see this play out a little more subtly and see other people's reactions as they realize like something's going on here, rather than it being very out the gate, like something is wrong. But then again, people are taking away the wrong message from it. But that, I think, is kind of always going to be the case. As it is creepy as the trailers, I would say it has a lot of really great creepy moments. I appreciated that it was light on jump scares and heavy on just being really off kilter, and the use of shadows and lighting was really unsettling, and there were some neat things that they did. My niece said it was the scariest movie she's seen in a while. She watched a lot of horror. Yeah, I would say, as somebody who watches a lot of horror and has a very, very high tolerance, there were a lot of real intense moments that also, because I understood what the message of the film was, made me feel like sick. There were some like sick to my stomach type moments that was not just through the use of gore and effects. But it was, yeah, I would say it's more disturbing, unsettling. If it starts too slow, people would think she went crazy. Maybe it wasn't against it from the start. But, okay, God, there's one thing that I really want to say, which to me is also is also a great moment of commentary, the way that I read it. And it has to do, okay, I'm going to just kind of speak vaguely. It has to do with one of the characters saying that he's being taken advantage of, which I thought was interesting commentary on the nature of of how people love to call women crazy and believe that it's their fault, believe that the reaction is the problem and not what they're reacting to. And I think especially the gender of the person playing a role in that specific line of commentary, you know? And I thought that was, I thought, to me, that spoke to how Nikki is treated by everyone around her, as even in them believing that she's like clearly going through something, right? But instead finding fault with her because they view her behavior, her reactions as the problem, right? And I think that gets into the whole topic of reactive abuse, and also I think just the way that women have historically been pathologized, and how crazy is a very gendered term, and how it is often used to blame women for them reacting to a situation that is actually the problem, and not how they are, not their reaction to it. And one of the friends, not saying who could have especially helped, but they chose to be right. And I think it exposed I think it exposed a lot of hollowness within a lot of these relationships. I was just talking about that with my dad. Yeah, so I found that very realistic. You know, this movie was, despite being quite batshit, as you can tell from the trailer, you get the vibe of that. It did still feel grounded in reality. Like, there were so many things I was thinking about when I was watching it. And I think the way that Nikki is treated, by pretty much everyone around her, it was clear what the director was, I think, what he was painting there. Do you think Invisible Man did a better job illustrating gender violence? I felt like it did a better job than Obsession. Well, I think they're two different films. Two very different films. One, Invisible Man is about domestic abuse, like very, very specifically about domestic violence. Obsession is a different film from that. There were times where I wanted to cry in this movie, and that is a testament to how fucking good Indy Navarette is. She is so good that she brought a humanity to her character. And to me, like the crux of the film was the one scene. I'm not going to say, but the one scene where we see finally we're like, that's what it is. Like his response to something that she says, it's like, yeah, that right there is solidifying who he is. The thing I found most interesting about the movie is that it seems that Zach Cregger's become the blueprint for what the next 10 years of horror are about to be. Yeah, there's definitely a very like YouTuber sketch comedy horror thing going on. And it certainly had a lot of laugh out loud, absurdly, but also darkly funny moments. Like truly the audience was busting out laughing at multiple points. And then very quickly it would be this like sense of deep, deep dread. Her going, I don't even know how she did that. I can't even make my face do this. She's like the emoji. Did Will see it with you? If you did, I hope you liked it. Yes. Yeah. I think he felt inspired after. I think this is one of them where both of us, as people who love horror and have written in the horror genre and have felt like it would be awesome to return one day and try and make something. I think we both felt inspired by just how great the film was on such a low budget, the reception to this film, the fact that it's pretty relative unknowns who were cast in one of the biggest movies of the year. Really good interview where Indy describes her horror inspirations for this movie. That was the other thing I would say too, is that you definitely saw Curry Barker's inspirations. And yet it was in a way where it didn't feel like a hodgepodge. It didn't feel like somebody who doesn't have their own clear voice, like doesn't have their own vision, and instead is just kind of taking from other films that are great films in the genre. I felt like I felt like his inspirations and influences were really clear, and they had some really fun homage moments, but that it didn't reduce the film to just a hodgepodge of other better horror movies.
You said you watched a lot of horror films in preparation for this.
Before we even started filming, we watched Hereditary.
Peter!
Oh my God. Every single time that I walked into the bathroom, I just would look up. And then specifically for Nikki, Pearl was one that we watched. I love Mia Goth. The way that she portrays her characters, you go, I understand you.
What did I do wrong?
That's what I wanted people's response to Nikki to be.
Why are you leaving me? What did you say? Why did you change? I love you!
There's a scene in the diner where we're saying no.
No.
And there was a scene in Get Out where a person's underneath another person.
No, don't do that!
Oh my God.
I also was reading that Curry Barker had her practice in the mirror, that he wanted her to really, really find a way to incorporate like her talking in a mirror, right? Delivering her lines to a mirror, and how that is reflective of what the character is going through, which I thought was an interesting an interesting acting exercise. She was brilliant. Male lead is emotionless for most of the early movie. Also sucks the movie is told through the male. So that's why a couple of my notes, one of which was I would have liked to see a perspective shift. It didn't ruin the movie for me. I wasn't like, well, I couldn't enjoy that at all. But I was kind of picturing how it could be strengthened in a couple of different ways. One of which, if we had a perspective shift, another, if we got more interiority to the male lead. And I was like, there were a couple of conversations I was playing out in my head as additions to the film, which would have revealed more character. But, you know, you make the choices that you make. What do you mean more interiority? So specifically with him, because sorry, I don't really want to say I'm still trying to do spoiler free. Yeah. How do I phrase this? So I'm just going to leave it at that. Off the bunghole, thank you for the prime. Emerson, thank you for the gifted. Scientist Seb, thank you for the tier 1. My coworker told me the plot of the movie, and I said there are people like him in real life. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, many. Many. Maybe switching to Nikki might have revealed too much of the mechanics at work in the macro sense. Well, I think it depends on how you do it. And I think seeing her interact with other characters without him around, right? Or just having, and not necessarily doing it where like the first half is him and then the second half is her. It doesn't have to be necessarily like a 50-50, but just also not, because there was a lot of him reacting to what's happening, and it's a lot of the same, because he's very like, woe is me. he's very oh my god, this is crazy. So anyway, just to kind of maybe throw some other flavors in there. And I think if we had gotten some more characterization from him, because I felt like I knew more of who she was. It does very much feel like a debut feature film. So all that to say, I thought it was, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very impressive. Do I think it's a masterpiece? No, I don't. But I definitely thought it was great, and I appreciated what it brought. Even if we saw more visually where the regular Nikki was throughout and not just heard. You're going to watch The Backrooms? Yes, I am. All right, moment of truth, weapons versus obsession. I'm going obsession. Where would you rank it in your 2026 rankings? What have I seen so far? I mean, there's stuff that I'm really excited to see. So I feel like I have not watched a ton yet. Like, there's not that much that's come out. There's a shit ton that's coming out. I like 28 Years, Bone Temple, because Ray Fiennes is a fucking mad lad in that. Moment of Truth, Obsession, or Mandalorian and Grogu. Well, that's an easy one. Obviously, Mandalorian and Grogu, which I did see 5 times in between talking about yesterday how I wanted to see Obsession and today. I recently saw Drama, didn't care for that. And it's interesting because I've seen people liken the 2 films and link them. And I actually thought, well, I obviously thought Obsession is a stronger film. But the things that people were likening the 2 on, it's like, yeah, well, one of my problems with the Drama was how I didn't feel like the director on that film went in, like, committed to the provocative premise that was presented to us. So I'm glad that I really liked Obsession. That would have been sad to be kind of 0 for 2 on those 2 films. I haven't seen Mother Mary. I heard, I don't know. I'll probably watch it at some point. Yeah. The kids have had their fun. Time for the adults.
If there's one secret to happiness in my life, it's taking care of a
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Perfect trailer to watch because of the story I want to talk about after this. Garden Variety, thank you for 13
I want
months.
you to meet my flock.
Scientist Seb, thank you for tier 1.
When I wake up, well, I know I'm gonna be.
I keep them well fed, well groomed, and each day I read out loud to them mysteries, whodunits. I know who the killer was. I like to pretend that they follow along, but they're only sheep.
Why would he stop there?
He was just about to say who the killer was.
This is torture. It was the maid, right?
When I wake up.
That's why the sheep are CGI for those asking. Because they talk.
Wake up! Everybody wake up! We found George on the grass, and he's not moving.
Lily, tell us what to do.
Our shepherd was murdered. And we shall solve the crime. George was visited by someone he knew well enough to offer a drink.
Not much of a story for you, I'm afraid. Unless there's anything out the ordinary.
The policeman is completely hopeless. We need to help him.
You think you're brave enough to leave home?
We're not scared.
I can't believe they did not cast actual talking sheep in this. That is absurd.
I think it's a road.
But what is it made of?
Well, not grass, I can tell you that.
Are you coming?
Technology replacing even sheep.
Officer Derry, I am George Hardy's lawyer. He wrote a will.
God, I
In
love
the
her.
nighttime stories, the people in the will are always the suspects.
That man had nothing.
Well, actually, there is $30 million. And we have our motive. We need to look for clues.
Stand back! I am, after all, a sheep detective.
You killed George. What are they hiding?
What if I can't solve it?
I've read you dozens of these stories. They follow very simple rules.
Look, the clue.
Every time something happens with this case,
That's my hat!
there they are.
A clue.
Thank you all.
Sheep can do things. In fact, we can do anything.
I want to bash it. I want to bash it so bad.
What's with them?
Guys, I may be inside a clue. Ow!
I mean, it looks fun. It looks fun. People are saying it's super fun. The reason that I said that's a funny trailer to watch is because this came out. Nope, not that. Yeah, this came out. Funny enough, Emma Thompson, who is a part of an anti-ageism campaign and has been supporting this for a long time. Let me just read the title of this study. Films more likely to star an actor called Chris or a talking animal than a woman over 60. Box office hit films are 4 times more likely to star a talking animal than a woman over 60. What? According to a new survey by Age Without Limits, the anti-ageism campaign studied the 100 highest performing films released in the UK in 2023, 2024, and 2025, and found that while 5 starred an older woman, about 20 featured creatures who chat. Meanwhile, 6 starred a male actor called Chris, of which Chris Pratt accounted for half. Why is Chris Pratt accounting for half? That's the real question here. However, while 2 of the remaining Chris instances, Pine and Hemsworth, headlined big budget blockbusters, the 6th, Christian Friedel, was co-lead in an acclaimed art house film, Jonathan Glazer's Zone of Interest. Friedel is known only to his friends as Chris. The 5 films starring an older woman that made the top 100 chart in the UK over the 3-year period were Alleluia, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, 3, Book Club, The Next Chapter, The Substance, which ironically is about exactly this, and Freakier Friday. So let's see. 1, 2, 3 of which are continuations in franchises or are sequels / Freakier Friday is a sequel. And another which is about exactly this, starring Demi Moore. I don't know what this movie is. Alleluia. Let's see. When the geriatric ward in a small Yorkshire hospital is threatened with closure, it fights back by galvanizing the local community. The hospital invites a news crew to film the preparations for a concert honoring its most distinguished nurse. So it is about a geriatric ward. Which connects to obsession because apparently this one talks about focusing on other wishes. Interesting. Lower down the box office chart, a number of titles starring older women, including Hard Truths, I'm Still Here, and Thelma, further suggests that such movies can be critical successes. The second highest grossing film of 2025 in the UK, Bridget Jones' Mad About the Boy, would have made the cut had its star Renee Zellweger been 3 years older. And yet another entry in already existing IP. The time period also coincides with a period marked by the death or retirement of a number of popular female British actors, such as Maggie Smith, Joan Plowright, and Glenda Jackson, as well as Judi Dench and Vanessa Redgrave. There is also a big difference between the UK and Hollywood, where UK actresses who are older have a longer lifeline than American actresses in Hollywood. Jackson's final film, The Great Escaper, appears not to have made the cut as she was the co-star opposite Michael Caine's lead. Commenting on the survey, Emma Thompson, who's 67, said, "Women are half the population and we get older. So where are the stories about us? The older we get, the more interesting we are. I want to see more films center on aging women. We are compelling, relatable, and overdue for center stage. Older women don't need permission to exist on screen. They already exist in the world. Cinema just needs to catch up." Thompson won rave reviews for her leading role in noir drama Dead of Winter, but this made just $112,000 in the UK. Emma Thompson's also one of the few older actresses who has had who's been able to continue in her career. She's also from the UK. So again, many of the examples of older actresses who have not been kicked out of the film industry are from the UK or are non-American. Charity, the Center for Aging Better, which is running the Age Without Limits campaign, also polled 4,000 members of the public to gauge audience appetite for such stories. 1 in 6 said that they would be more likely to go and see a film if it featured an older female lead, while 33% said they felt insufficient films were made starring women over 60. 3% of people believe too many films were made starring women over 60. Ooh, these 3 43% of people thinking, you know what? There's actually too many films starring women over 60. I think we should cut that down to one feels generous. One might be one too many, though. Dr. Carol Easton, chief executive at the Center for Aging Better, said it's absolutely ludicrous to think so few films have been made in recent years that have an older woman at the front and center. Up to 1 in 5 UK cinema attendees are age 55 and above. This age group spends hundreds of millions of pounds every year on cinema. The representation of older actors in major film roles is so disproportionate to the proportion of older women in the cinema-going audience. The lack of representation is insulting, frankly. Well, that is reflective of a society that believes once women reach a certain age, they're practically dead. And this is certainly something that is a very gendered difference. Women, as they get older, become more invisible in society. Now, in general, the way that the way that old people are treated, there are certainly general across the board issues there. But for women, and for women in an industry that is so especially toxic in its views toward beauty and youth and aging, women have a shorter lifeline because older women are not seen as sexually viable. And if you're not sexually viable, it means that you are then limited in what you can do. And you either have to end up in a role where other people are old too, something like book club, or you are like you're just one of the rare older actresses who gets cast when they need an older actress. She added, sadly, it is not just in cinema. Like, why do you think women get work done? Why do you think so many women in the film industry try so desperately to preserve their youth? It is because of the unbelievable pressure that is placed on them, and also because of the reality that as soon as they are deemed no longer youthful or passably young enough, then they're done. It's why, you have actresses in their 30s and 40s who play mother and grandmother roles. And there are many instances where it's like they're playing the mother to a male lead who's like less than 10 years younger than them. She added, sadly, it's not just in cinema where this happens. In many forms of media, in many different employment sectors and parts of public life, the input of older women is minimized, marginalized, and ignored. We must all push back against ageism and its intersection with sexism by telling the cultural gatekeepers that we want all aspects and stages of life represented in the things we watch, listen to, and read. Previous research conducted by the charity sampled 1,200 speaking characters across nearly 50 popular films released between 2010 and 2022 to find that only 1 in 3 was aged 50 or over. The film, authored by academics at the University of West London School of Film, Media and Design, found that female characters aged 65 and over were more than 3 times less likely than men of the same age to be featured in British films over the last decade. That is not an accident. That is not coincidence. That is not anything but reflective of the double standard in society. Women characters over 50 were also found to speak 14% less than older men in the sample of films studied by researchers. The researchers were also critical of the film industry's attempts to improve representation over the past decade, flagging in particular the paltry number of women in their 70s and 80s on screen. They also found the characters played by women over 60 were usually not empowered or active, but passive, pitiable, ridiculed for failing to act their age, and often irrelevant to the main plot. And especially in the horror genre, the way that older bodies are a trope, that the horror being, look at these scary, old, wrinkly bodies, that they're not actually, they're not playing lead characters. They're not empowered. They're not active. They're usually like the scary thing. By failing to, jump scare old woman. By failing to properly represent older people and older women in particular, the film industry is actively participating in the pushing of older people to the margins of society. For many older people have come to question their value through internalizing the ageism they see around them every day in society. This lack of representation will reinforce the idea that older people matter less as they get older. No wonder so many women talk about feeling invisible as they get older when they don't see themselves reflected back in popular culture or advertising. New research published in March found that while the Academy Awards have traditionally given most of their acting awards to older men and younger women, Michelle Yeoh's historic victory, age 60 in 2023, appears to have paved the way for better representation. Well, kind of. Only 7 women over 60 have won the leading actress Oscar, with just 2, Jessica Tandy and Katharine Hepburn, doing so aged over 70. The BBC found that while the average age of a Best Actress nominee was 33 in the 1940s, it rose to 36 by the 70s and 40 by the 2000s. So far this decade, it stands at 44. Older women who might be in contention for an Oscar next year include 65-year-old Julianne Moore for Jesse Eisenberg's untitled musical comedy. Marion Bailey, 75, for Mike Leigh's latest film, and 93-year-old Ellen Burstyn for Place to Be. Meanwhile, 76-year-old Meryl Streep's sequel to The Devil Wears Prada is number 4 in the chart of the highest-grossing films in the UK, trailing Michael, Project Hail Mary, and the Super Mario Galaxy movie, which stars both Chris Pratt and talking animals. Julianne Moore is 65? Yes. Apparently, they've never met an active, busy 70-year-old woman. Like, none of these people have ever had an active grandma. What are we doing? Also, my mom is in her mid-60s. She's not a grandma. She does not have grandchildren. And to me, she does not seem old. Now, again, it's my mom, so obviously there's the personal element there. But it is absurd that in Hollywood, it's like 40. 40 is the, when you're over 40, you're fucking old. You're practically dead. It's not just Hollywood. I remember seeing a meme years ago complaining about all the chosen ones in books for children. Why didn't we get a retiree who has a lot of time on their hands going out and solving problems with the experience they gained through life? Yeah. I mean, it's pop culture. That's what we're talking about here. Pop culture being reflective of our society. And so Hollywood is simply just a very prominent industry in popular culture, and one where we see the worst of the worst, and also how influential it is on shaping people's perceptions, because Hollywood is where films and shows and media is produced and consumed by the masses. And so in continuing to participate in ageism and perpetuate this notion that old people, and especially older women, are not who people want to see on their screens, then it reinforces this belief that older women do not have anything of value to offer. You see, Anne Hathaway is now crossed into her 40s and recently spoke about that. This is no longer available. It's discussing seeing Meryl Streep being an older woman in Hollywood on Devil Wears Prada 2 press tour. Yeah, I mean, already with Anne Hathaway, who's into her 40s, so many comments about her that I see are, Anne Hathaway hasn't aged. Like, holding her up as a standard for other women when it's like Anne Hathaway has aged and that's okay. Like she is not 20 anymore. She is in her 40s. She's beautiful. Anne Hathaway's a beautiful woman, but it's all reinforcing this belief that aging is bad, that especially aging women is bad. And so it's good if you don't look like you have aged, which again, Anne Hathaway does look like she has aged because she has aged, and that's okay. She looks great because she's a beautiful woman, but she is older now. And also, Anne Hathaway, like a lot of others, has done things to try and preserve her youth to the best of her ability because of the society she lives in and the industry that she wants to keep working in. Like, that's the other thing, all right? There's nothing wrong with it, but I'm very sick and tired of the constant, ooh, this is how you age when you're unproblematic. Pfft, let's get rid of that. Ooh, Anne Hathaway hasn't done anything and she hasn't aged a day. That's not true. Oh, Anne Hathaway is Anne Hathaway, like whatever it is. The title is insane. I know. Lex, thank you for the 35-month leaf. Thank you for the prime balls. Thank you for the 4 months. I am biased as a 40-year-old man. Please, can we get some more women in their late 30s and 40s in movies being badass like Silo? Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, allow older women to be human beings, to have lives, to to be seen as interesting because they are human.
About two 76-year-old grandmothers on the cover of like the most relevant
Anna Wintour is like, how dare you describe me as that?
Powerful fashion magazine on the planet. There's something so unexpected, unpredictable, but really defiant about this movie. Like, I got to stand next to Meryl on this press tour that we've just done around the world, and watching Meryl like arrive at her just full bloom movie star at this stage of her life is so moving and beautiful. Watching the fans just, I mean, thousands of fans everywhere went, just like lose their minds for her. And knowing that she's headlining a movie that hopefully will be one of the biggest movies of the year. And that it's starring her and it's about a 76-year-old. I mean, it's just like everything about it makes me very happy and hopeful. There's something so cool about two 76
I feel like movies have to change because soon real women won't be able to relate to stories with how much the female experience has changed in society. I mean, we just need more diversity across the board. Diversity in stories, diversity in the people depicted in playing characters in these stories. That's it. It needs to be reflective of, like, actually reflective of our world. This is probably because I'm child-free by choice, but it always annoys me that everyone defaults to calling older people grandmas and grandpas. I mean, it's also like it's the mother label as well. And I don't mean mother in like the internet sense. I mean, like that is also how people will default to calling women who have children. They're like, she's a mother. She's a mother. One of the best movies made with women in their mid-50s was Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, and I wish more people knew that movie and saw how fucking cool it is. Yeah, newsflash. Older women are interesting. They have interior lives. They are absolutely worthy of telling stories of. I remember one time I had come up with this idea for a story.
This is democracy.
Sorry, that is not what I want to play. Came up with this idea for a script that I made a treatment for it, and I was telling my mom about it, and I told her I came up with it because I was very frustrated in seeing the lack of women over the age of 60 in films. And so this story I had imagined was basically this woman whose husband dies. He was a real piece of shit, but he was very controlling, and she played second fiddle to his first fiddle their entire marriage. And he dies, and that was basically the jump start that she needed to start living her life for herself. And it's all about her really discovering who she is. And my mom, when I was telling her about this, was so she was so supportive of it, not because I'm her daughter, but because as she's gotten into her 60s, feels very much so more and more invisible in society. And it's a strange thing to experience, because on the one hand, it means that you experience less of the bad, but also that you really become invisible. That it's like, just due to being older as a woman, people don't see you for good or for bad. I'm in a book club with a bunch of older women. I feel quite out of place there, but it's cool. They're all very interesting people. I'm enjoying the club a lot. Yeah, it's just like, why are older men seen as interesting and their stories as worthy of being told? Characters, older male characters as viable on screen, but not for women. Ageism forcing some women to consider revamping their resumes in a changing job market.
There's
This
an old
is
saying that
not anything new, but just shows that this is a problem that continues to persist because of misogyny and sexism.
age is just a number, but some battling the job market right now might disagree. In the last few years, Karen Loomis shifted her career from corporate marketing to academia, public speaking, even starting her own business. But that was never the plan.
I had no idea when I entered this market that there was ever going to be a ceiling, a barrier of some type.
She says she never had trouble finding a corporate job until she hit her 50s. Across social media, some career experts are coming forward with the same advice for older applicants: to leave no trace of age on their resumes, calling it resume Botox.
God.
In this age of AI filtering hundreds, even thousands of resumes,
Marilyn getting offered 3 witch roles in a year when she turned 40.
for many openings,
I'll look at that after.
some job
and it's like,
seekers
that's
say
Meryl
they're
Streep.
slashing years
God.
of experience from their resumes.
Should you lie on your resume? Unpopular opinion, yes.
As soon as you're over 45, employers start trying not to hire you.
I remove any mention of years of experience.
They're proud of that experience, and I totally get it. But, there are perceptions out there.
Yeah, and then it's like a 22-year-old who needs to have 9 years of experience in applying for entry-level jobs, and you're like, oh, okay.
About experienced workers.
Career advisor Colleen Paulson says needing a resume makeover isn't exclusive to women. But studies show gender-based discrimination in the workplace and job hunting is a double whammy for older women, especially over 50. Glassdoor reports its users mentioned ageism 133% more in the first quarter of 2025 from the first quarter of 2024. Even with discrimination based on age illegal since the late 60s, many fear the problem is only getting worse with AI.
Not getting the interviews, I'm putting in the time. And so I knew what I was working for against was algorithms. If you get weeded out before you get a chance, we're saying that only people who know how to use technology and know how to...
I can attest to this. I've also experimented with changing my gender to male and getting more recruiters and interviews reaching out. Wow.
Game the system are going to be employable.
About 98% of Fortune 500 companies use what's called applicant tracking systems in the hiring process now.
You're either too young and might have a child, or you're too old, screwed either way. Yeah. Yeah. The whole, well, she might get pregnant, or if you are pregnant, well, we can't promote her because she's pregnant and is going to have to prioritize her children.
With some of these systems supported by AI tools. Last year, one lawsuit claimed recruitment platform Workday discriminates against.
Also, women do this too. This is not just men in the workforce who are discriminating against older women.
Candidates
or
40
just
and older
discriminating
with its AI.
against women.
Workday telling NBC News, quote, the court has already dismissed all claims of intentional discrimination and there is no evidence our tools harm protected groups, adding AI recruiting tools don't make hiring decisions. But several studies show some AI language models have a baked-in bias, especially against older women. And all that is layered on top of a deteriorating job market overall. 2025 was the worst non-recession year for job creation since 2003.
And it's an employer's market. I am seeing lower offers now than I've seen in a long, long time. People are taking pay cuts. People are doing whatever they have to do to put food on the table.
But for some, like Karen, the stress of the job search.
Yeah, I mean, when my mom took off 11 years to raise children, when she tried to come back to the workforce, it was so different, obviously. Her field had greatly changed, but she immediately experienced discrimination from being a woman in her 40s who had an 11-year resume gap due to raising kids.
Is worth opting out altogether.
So she had to
It takes a
completely
long time
reinvent
to
herself.
mentally grasp that you are no longer, a viable option. And okay, then what's next?
Christine Romans, NBC News.
We thank you for watching.
You're no longer a viable option. Okay. So should I just kill myself? Like,
Today's video is
hello? TBH, women are worse about it. In my experience, I worked in the Fortune 150 space. Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of people who have individual experiences, a lot of women who have individual experiences with women being the ones who most strongly reinforce these standards.
We thought we'd seen you play everything, but first which?
Mostly bitches. But yes, my first witch.
But I hear you went through a phase that you got offered a lot of witches.
When I was 40, when I turned 40, I was offered 3 witches in 1 year.
Oh.
And it was sending me a signal, I felt, about Hollywood and how they felt about people turning 40. So I felt bad, and
yeah, that's multi-Oscar winning Meryl Streep.
Made me sort of, I had my backup, and so, no, I didn't want to play them.
So a lot's changed in the last 5 years for you.
Yeah.
Good,
Yeah.
Mom.
I was looking for an excuse the whole time.
That was so smooth, Mark Ruffalo. So smooth.
It never works like that.
That is not.
We thought we'd seen you
That
play
is not what I expected. I mean, you have to be Meryl Streep. Right. And the thing is that this is freaking Meryl Streep. The person who, when people frequently are asked to name an actor, it's like, hey, name an iconic actor. They'd be like, Meryl Streep, like very synonymous with the craft of acting, Meryl Streep. And that she still experienced that was like, oh, okay. So I'm 40 now, which means I have to play a hag. I'm in my witch era. Okay. God damn it. He can't keep getting away with it. Oh, but he can. Oh, but he can. I hate Amy Schumer. Yes, we have watched the Last Fuckable Day sketch a few times, and it is very, it's very on the nose. It's very much speaking to the reality for many women in Hollywood, because once they're no longer seen as fuckable, once they're not sexually viable because they're over a certain age, then start digging the grave and toss their asses in there. Okay, this video is Internalized Ageism and Why We Need Older Influencers. I want to take a look at this.
Sponsored by Bellessa. Stay tuned for details about our giveaway. Hello, my dudes. Welcome back to my...
Because this is another area where I see this gender standard, this double standard, really, really reinforced. Where men, no matter how old they are, and a lot of these men who are especially the ones talking about how women over a certain age need to have children and go bye-bye. And if they don't, then they are not being like how women should be. These men all get to be as old as they are. And there's no limits for them. There's no, you know what? I think you're too old to be speaking on the internet here. And so there's certainly that double standard there. But I do think that it's important to have older influencers, as long as they're not, you know, fucking misogynistic assholes like a lot of these guys are, because that is, we live in the internet age, you know, we live in the internet age where there are a lot of people who are online and have made careers out of being online. So
series internet analysis.
in the same way with more traditional industries like Hollywood, there needs to be room for everybody.
About feeling old online, age, and the internet. I bet everyone watching this has been called old as an insult at some point, whether they are 60 or 20. Especially on social media where young people dominate, you could just be minding your own business and someone will call you the most decrepit being they've ever seen. Or if they're not directly insulting you, it's more of a backhanded compliment. For example, whenever this TikToker, Hey Miss Kelsey, mentions her age, commenters are like, oh, I can't believe it. You look so young.
I'm starting a training program tomorrow. Any words of wisdom to fight through the dips and motivation? Also, you're awesome. Very excited for you to start that. I would say just really, really be sure of why you are starting this program, why you are taking control of your fitness. And I would say remember that it's the long game, and there will be moments that you maybe have a step back, maybe you fall off a little bit, but that's okay. That happens. So I would say for me, I look at it as this is me setting myself up for success as my body ages, like everybody ages. And so in order to hopefully live as long and healthy of a life as I can, and hopefully nothing that is unforeseeable would occur that would be a detriment to that. But doing what I can do for my health and starting at this point so that I don't get older and then find myself going, oh God, I totally neglected caring for myself. And now I'm facing even bigger challenges. So I think it's learning to also have a healthy relationship with your body. And for me, it was never about, well, I need to lose 10 pounds. Well, I need to look a certain way. Well, I need to do all these things that were more so speaking to kind of insecurities and how I wanted other people to see me. And when I flipped that to how I want to feel and made it more about my health than a specific appearance, than specifically appearing a certain way. That's helped me remain motivated and has helped me just be kinder to myself. And sometimes you will work out for 20 minutes and that's fine. And it doesn't have to be like, I have to work out for 2 hours every single day. And there are days that you will skip. And it's really just remembering that you're in it for the long run. And it is about taking care of your health to the best of your ability. And yeah, that's very exciting though. I think I got hot, then fell into chud, and hopefully going to get hot again, but trying to develop the consistency for my health over the looks. Yeah, and even if you don't feel that in the beginning, try and infuse that into what keeps you motivated, because I do believe that you will be easier on yourself. And when you're easier on yourself, like there's this weird thing when you're like, and maybe it's different for other people, but for me, if it's a place of self-loathing, it's actually easier for me to like then fall off and just loathe myself and be like, yeah, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're lazy, you're this. I don't know what the psychology is behind that, but when I'm kinder to myself, then that is what has actually helped me to stay more consistent. For me, I started purely to look better, but getting stronger week over week was way more motivating to me in the long run. Yeah, for me, it's like my body feeling stronger. That's what's been really important, is that I and the other things are great, looking better, etc. But the motivation is in me feeling as strong as I can.
29. I've seen so many creators experience this. It seems like we all have internalized ageism so badly that many of us can't imagine someone being confident, dressing joyfully, or living their best life past the age of 30. That is wild. The media, and especially social media, are so anti-aging. Aging is the worst thing that could happen to you, especially if you're a feminine presenting person. Like, the popular narrative about men is that they age pretty well. They age like fine wine. As men get older, they get promoted, they gain money and power. Getting a dad bod and some salt and pepper hair is the best. You'll be voted sexiest man alive. And I know that's not true to the experience of every man, but...
And look, this is what we have to work on. We have to work on separating the fears that people have on aging and ones that are more legitimate. So I would say death, right? Death is a scary concept, a reality for a lot of people. And as you get older, you get closer to death, right? If you are going out as natural of a way as you can, then you kind of look at you look at your timeline, and we only have so many years on average. So I understand the fear of aging being that every day you are sorry, I'm really trying to be dark here, but every day you get older and you do advance on our limited timelines that we have here on this earth. But then there's the fears of aging having to do with, I will no longer have value in society. People will not think I am hot. They will not see me as viable. They will not see me as worth anything. So aging is bad because aging means that I am losing my value. And what we have to do is change that kind of societally ingrained belief, because that's not true. It should not be considered to be true that as we age, we lose our value for X, Y, and Z reasons. We lose our value because we're no longer young enough to provide labor for the capitalist machine. So we lose our value in that sense. We lose our value specifically as women because we're no longer seen as sexually viable, that we're no longer fuckable, that we are, there's cobwebs in between our legs and we simply have no sex drive or anything like that. That we lose our value because we show signs of aging. That, ooh, wrinkles are so scary. Ooh, sagging, losing collagen is so terrifying. I feel like there's a connection with these generational conflicts between Gen Z and Alpha and Millennials, which I kind of understand that we might have ruined any opportunity of a bright future to become like us is like a failure. I think something, though, that is common from generation to generation is like the belief that the generation above you is old and cringy. And I think that it is certainly a young person's mindset to place a lot more emphasis on your current age. It's like how 18-year-olds will go, oh my God, we're so old. We're so old. But then when you turn 50, you actually try and reject that more. You're like, I don't want to actually be acknowledging all the time how old I am in the way that I did when I was 18, pretending like, oh my God, we're so old because we're no longer 12. I view it as life prepares us for the art of dying, and the only way to honor it is to get older and to live a full life for myself. My abuela was one of the most beautiful women when she was in her 80s. Hope I can be as beautiful as her when she was in her later years. I don't know if that makes sense. That does make sense. And I think that's a really beautiful way of viewing it. And I think, I do think one way to try and combat the fear of aging as it pertains to getting one step closer to death is for people to have the ability to live as full of a life as possible. And in the system that we live under, that's not the case. So that's another reason why fuck capitalism, fuck people's lives when they are younger, being, just constantly working in order to pay for the bare necessities to live, which then does not leave room for luxury time. It does not leave room for like finding fulfillment in life. And so that also, I think, can make it scarier because you're like, is this what it is? Is this what it is? And then basically when I get older, hopefully things will be better. But by that point, I'll be so fucking old. It's like the whole, when you're younger, you have the energy, but not necessarily the time nor the money. But you're older. I mean, that's not really like 100% applicable, obviously. But I think that's kind of it's kind of a mentality of, oh, you're younger, but you don't have the time nor the money, but you have the energy. And then you're older, you don't have the energy, but you might have the time and the money. The whole youth is wasted on the young, which on one hand, I get where young people are a lot more, I think, there's just a lot more things that they're constantly thinking about, which can lead to a wasting of youth, but also like youth wasted on the young. Well, that's because there are a lot of anxieties that people experience in their younger age. And it's not necessarily that I think people want to be wasting their youth or are trying to waste their youth. But anyway, I just think that if everyone was able to live fuller, more fulfilling lives, then it would create the it would then create a world where people get more satisfaction from the time that they have on this planet.
It's the story we're told. For women, though, if you are over the age of 30, you're ancient, past your prime. If you're single, you're a tragic spinster. You're a mom? Congrats, that is your entire identity and purpose. Regardless, you better hope to maintain your beauty, because if you're not desirable, you are not valuable. Inevitably, as you age, you will just fade into the background and disappear. Ageism and misogyny, they go hand in hand. So we're sold endless anti-aging products and procedures that promise to make us look younger. We are constantly resisting and fighting the passage of time, which in some ways I totally understand, because getting older can be difficult and scary. Life is pain. But also maybe we could benefit from seeing more of the good. There is good that comes with getting old. Shockingly. No, really, I don't think we see enough representation of other life stages beyond 30, especially when you get outside the traditional path of marriage, kids, white picket fence. What can our 40s, 50s, and beyond look like? So I guess a goal of mine for this video is to encourage us all to try to watch, interact with.
There's also the sense people have of feeling behind. And a lot of that has to do with not hitting life milestones that are dictated to them from a young age are crucial to like being a person. So owning a home, having a family, all of these expectations that if they're not met, or if they're not met on a kind of narrow schedule, right? Not a lot of room there to do things at different ages than is considered socially acceptable, then it's just this perpetual state of feeling behind, feeling like you are, like your life is being wasted, and also that you have fallen behind. And so as you get older, it increases that feeling of dread and anxiety. And I think an important thing to remember is a lot of people feel that way, and a lot of people feel that way because of how things have been designed and how, again, they've been conditioned from such an early age to believe this to be the truth.
And get to know more older people. We can benefit a lot from intergenerational relationships, even if only online. Before we continue, this portion of today's video is sponsored by Bellesa. Bellesa is a bi-woman company on a mission to get everyone to embrace, explore, and celebrate their sexuality.
Everyone
we are
out
doing
there.
A giveaway today. Everyone who signs up
Everyone
with their
out
email
there
will
using
win
Bellesa.
something from gift cards to
My mom was checking in on me recently, was like, how are you feeling with all your friends getting engaged, married, kids, etc.? I said, I'm happy doing what I want to be doing. I have no time to worry about what doesn't make me happy. Yeah, it's like, hey, thanks so much for clearly coming into this conversation, reinforcing that everyone else is doing the thing you're supposed to do and I'm not doing it, so clearly it must be affecting me. Like, yes, it means well, but still reinforcing this idea that we're supposed to do things a certain way.
It's very soft, and look, that neck is flexible, so you can get whatever angle or pressure you want. And the Air Vibe, this has suction and vibration, and you can control them separately.
I'm like, it's hard to have a discussion over vibrators being on screen. I love talking to my Gen X coworkers as a Zoomer. TBH, I love hearing their stories, and they make me excited to get older. They're so much fun.
They have a huge variety.
Good Gen X representation. We need it.
Do not forget to enter the giveaway. Why not? Click the link in my description.
Could we have chat back on screen? Yes. Once again, did not realize we did not have chat back on screen. Thank you, Tavia.
Thank you, Bellesa, and enjoy. So getting back into it, I actually had a similar idea topic on my list for years. Like initially I wanted to talk about the funny old person trope on social media. Accounts like Grandma Droniak or Batty Winkle. The trope basically is old people acting young, dressing young, doing TikTok dances. These kinds of accounts seem to typically be run by that older person's kid or grandkid. A lot of it is scripted, of course. It gives me the same vibe as toddlers saying grown-up things. It's funny because they're not acting their age. Here's the thing, I like it when it's genuine. Like kids really do say the darndest things. Old people can say hilarious things as well.
I asked the guy in the deli if he could give me a sample of one of these potato wedges. I thought he'd give me a little tiny sliver, you know? Look at this. This is a sample. He hooked me up.
So anyway, there is the funny old person trope. There's also the sweet old person trope. You know these videos of just like wholesome old people acting old. They're everyone's favorite
Old
grandparents.
people being old.
Maybe they're a little confused. They don't know how to use technology. Again, some of these videos can be very sweet. I love them.
Okay, not knowing how to use technology is not a sign of.
And then some of them
being
veer
old.
more into like
gonna say.
infantilization of elderly people.
Little
There is a
squiddles,
thing
thank you for
called
the 4
benevolent
months.
ageism. Anyway, I can't speak to how real or authentic any of those accounts are, but overall I just found it odd that so much of the representation of older people online comes down to these more one-dimensional elderly characters. So in writing this video, I started to pay more attention to who do I follow? What do the older creators on my feed talk about? What do they do? And can I find creators that align with my beliefs and my interests? Or are we incompatible simply because maybe a few decades separate us? If you are into lifestyle content and you're looking for some older creators to follow, you are in luck. Typically the most popular...
Something that bothers me is when people see an old person eating at a restaurant alone and crying over it. Like maybe they just like to be independent. Yeah, first of all, please stop taking videos of strangers without their consent and posting it on the internet. But secondly, some people like to do things by themselves. Don't put on a sad song with like crying emoji because an old person is enjoying a meal by themselves.
Popular lifestyle creators making beauty, fashion, and fitness content are all kind of under 30. And they can be great, of course. But if you...
It's also like when people say, is it okay if I go see a horror movie by myself? I'm like, yeah. You go see any type of movie by yourself. That's totally fine. It's totally fine. And awesome. I love seeing movies by myself.
Happen to reach a point where all the creators you follow are younger than you, it can make you feel bad. It's like when you're a teenager and all the up and coming pop stars are your age, then suddenly you wake up and all the new stars are a decade younger than you. I'm just saying, if following and comparing yourself to young influencers makes you feel bad in any way, less confident, or like it's too late for you to be like them, I recommend trying to be more intentional in seeking out creators that are your age or older. If
that was okay, like I'm saying this in partially a humorous way, but when suddenly a lot of creators, especially ones my age in their 30s, when FaZe was blowing up in popularity and then everybody was like trying to get in on the FaZe energy and be FaZe-esque. And it's like, y'all, first of all, you don't look that cool because it's just, these guys are 20. All right. They're 20. Secondly, it's awesome to have people in this space who are not all 20 or acting 20, you know? Because not everyone on Twitch is 20. And I think people who would like to maybe come over to this platform and check it out could be turned away by feeling like, oh, everyone is 20. The vibe here is just 20. Biggest inspiration for me is Jennifer Welch. Palms, friggin' love them. Love them. And they don't try and act 20. And that is why Jen Welch in particular has been such a growing influence in politics, because of the demographic she belongs to and who she can really speak to. She's not trying to appeal to the Zoomers specifically and therefore behaving in a Zoomer way.
Lifestyle content is all about inspiration. Older creators can help you feel more motivated and excited about your current and future life, instead of constantly being reminded that you are not 17 anymore. And that brings me to this TikTok from the lovely Chelsea Fagan, which was also a very big influence for this video.
But a couple years ago, I made the decision to only follow women over the age of 50 on social media. Now, part of this is because I think we live in a deeply ageist society, and that can have impacts on things like self-perception, body image, fear of aging, all of
Chelsea is great.
that. But it's also
Love her
because like
stuff.
the older women who are creating this content, at least in my experience, are living their fucking best lives. They're also like reinventing themselves. They're picking up hobbies. They're forming these really deep relationships, learning new things. They're doing all of the stuff that we are constantly told in overt and subliminal ways just stop happening for women after a certain age.
I love this philosophy, and I think it's a really great way to actively fight against, you know, the algorithms and the media that tends to put that pressure on us to remain youthful forever. Chelsea is currently 34, so she's not even following her own peers. She is intentionally going out of her way to surround herself with content made by women who are 15 or 20 years older than her. That's just such a different perspective than you would get if you were only following people in your own age group. A little social media following experiment. And of course, none of this is like out of pity. I'm not saying like, go follow those old sad people. Give grandma a thumbs up on her Facebook post. Au contraire, these women are literally living their best lives, and it is just awesome to witness. This kind of content can give you a positive vision of the future, things to look forward to, so you can get excited for all the wonderful things that can come with age. Again, it's a very powerful contrast to the popular narrative that you should just feel like you're slipping closer and closer into the grave with every day that passes. No, we will resist.
But basically, when I open up my social media every day, I am just greeted by a feed of women who are showing me that I have so much to look forward to in this life and that it ain't over till it's over, baby.
Anyway, let's get into some of it. This is still lifestyle content, so you see the typical niches, but through the lens of being an older woman. Of course, we have beauty and makeup, skincare. We have wonderful fashion creators. There's a lot of discourse about dressing your age.
I'm 40, and someone recently told me that I didn't dress my age and I didn't look my age. I both disagree and I kind of don't understand because, like, what's a 40-year-old supposed to look like? I'm 40 and this is how I dress. Therefore, I look my age. I think that's just
that's also what I try to say all the time when it's like, what is a 27-year-old supposed to look like? What is a 42-year-old supposed to look like? Where have you come up with this idea? Why is this treated as like absolute facts?
I don't dress cool to impress men. I dress cool so that when a young girl passes me, she thinks being older is not a fearful thing. A woman can have a gray hair and wrinkles yet still look confident and cool and be excited about growing older.
Gray hair and tattoos. My name is Lonnie. I'm so excited. I am going to show you fashion. I'm going to show you fun. I am going to show you what it's like to be 56.
When I turned 40, I decided that I could dress any way I wanted to. Why not? It makes life much more fun.
This is one of the myths of ageism, that there's a certain way that a person looks at any given age, and that's just not true. There's no such thing as a standardized way that a 67-year-old looks or a 57-year-old looks. There's so many factors that are contributing to the way that we age, including genetics, exposure to the sun, where we live, our skin tone, our ethnicity.
The pressure to age gracefully is an ever-present issue, and I'd like to unpack that a little bit. What does aging gracefully even mean? Is aging gracefully about being natural? Is it about pursuing the perfect, subtle treatments, striking that impossible balance?
One person who I talked about on stream after she passed, but her name is was Iris Apfel, and she was a maximalist diva. She loved to go big. Let me just show you. she was like, I'm going to wear what I want, how I want it. She had these signature round glasses. And she had fucking style. And she did not change that style as she got older because she did not deem it necessary to dress in any type of particular age as relating, or any type of particular way as relating to her age. What is this? Why did you link a clip from Red Dead? Pretty good titties.
Let's go, boy.
Okay. Yeah.
Of
Pretty
getting
good.
work done without looking like you did? Or is aging gracefully more about
Pretty
your
good titties.
attitude? About accepting that it's inevitable and just letting it wash over you? I don't know. I'm sure that it means different things to different people. It's just funny that on top of all these other pressures, we're told that aging is terrifying and our value as people is going to drop, yet we're also expected to go through that process gracefully. In society's eyes, you're evaporating into thin air. Don't take it badly.
I get a lot of videos on TikTok about how to age gracefully, elegantly. It's always these older women in creams and whites showing off their beautifully coiffed gray hair with teens in the comments losing their minds like, oh my God, you're 70? You look like you still have societal value. I have no interest in aging gracefully. I want to age eccentrically. I want to try chunky necklaces and decide they're ultimately not for me. I want to wear cheetah print to my grave. I want smile lines so deep, you know I'd be fun to talk to at a dinner party.
I love that, and I like to think I will be more of that. I'm going to be the funky older lady, happily. Now I want to give a shout out to probably my favorite part of the aging gracefully content conversation.
Do what is going to express your personality, your identity. And I think, yeah, a lot of people don't view personal style as an important way of expressing themselves. And so they get older and they're like, well, I guess I got to get this haircut now, or I guess I have to wear sensible pants. And it's like, you don't have to do that. But I think also a lot of people never did develop a personal sense of style, but it's never too late, you know? And I think that can help in rejecting this whole idea of what aging gracefully is, what aging is, you know, what you're supposed to look like at a certain age. People should be able to age disgracefully. This is a nice poem about this topic. When I am an old woman, I shall wear purple, and with a red hat which doesn't go and doesn't suit me. And I shall spend my pension on brandy and summer gloves and satin sandals and say we've no money for butter. I shall sit down on the pavement when I'm tired and gobble up samples in shops and press alarm bells and run my stick along the public railings and make up for the sobriety of my youth. I shall go out in my slippers in the rain and pick the flowers in other people's gardens and learn to spit. You can wear terrible shirts and grow more fat and eat 3 pounds of sausages at a go, or only eat bread and pickle for a week and hoard pens and pencils and beer mats and things in boxes. But now we must have clothes that keep us dry and pay our rent and not swear in the street and set a good example for the children. We must have friends to dinner and read the papers. But maybe I ought to practice a little now, so people who know me are not too shocked and surprised when suddenly I'm old and I start to wear purple. That's lovely. Warning, when I'm an old woman, I shall wear purple. Warning. Everybody, watch out. Watch out.
The gray hair movement. Of course, people do start getting gray hair at any time. A lot of these TikTok creators are in their 20s or 30s. But yeah, personally, I think the grown out gray hair looks so badass. Like, I want that someday. It is genuinely such a beautiful and powerful look. But most of all, I love what the process means to the people going through it. You know the beauty standard. Cover your grays, hide them, pluck them, touch up your roots.
And I think the hair thing specifically is one that we should treat more as encouraging people to encouraging people and creating space for something like having gray hair at an early age. But I don't want that to that shouldn't translate to like shaming people for coloring their hair. And I think that's the nuance here, because hair is really personal to people. And yes, of course, a lot of things that we do are reflective of a society that fears aging and is reflective of beauty standards, etc. But I think the, going gray movement, more people, specifically women who, despite how old they are, having and displaying gray hair proudly, like, I think that's beautiful. And I think that is a wonderful way to try and reject this one way that things need to be done. Given the last decade, I think a lot of us are going gray at a rapid rate. Yeah. Let people leave or cover grays depending on what makes them happy, not because society is telling them to do one or the other. Yeah.
Every few weeks. Don't let any gray peek out or you're gonna look old. The worst thing on the planet, looking old. So these women know that beauty standard, they see it, but even then, and even sometimes with unsupportive husbands, boo, these women still decide, no, I'm gonna stop dyeing my hair.
Here's another way to express oneself or how you define yourself. That's why a lot of people get bummed out by going bald. Yeah, people get bummed out by going bald, by losing the color of their hair. I mean, that's one thing for me is I've always loved the color of my hair. And even when there were other things that I didn't necessarily love or that I learned to love, my hair has been something that has always been important to me. And when I really started to, get a lot of white hair, it was challenging. And it wasn't so much to do with feeling like, oh my God, I'm getting older because I started getting white hairs really young, but more of a losing this color that always had been a source of joy for me. I lost a lot of hair recently from stress, and it was a bit emotional for me, not because of having thinning spots, but because I love my hair as a representation of me. Yeah, it's a very personal thing for people. So that's why it's like, look, I occasionally will color my grays, but I'm basically trying to have, it's always for me working on having a healthier relationship with myself. And when I was in my 20s, and I noticed a big difference in how many more white hairs I had, it produced a really bad self-response. And so that's something that sometimes I'll let them grow more. And I'm like, that's chill. That's okay. And then sometimes I'll cover it up, but it's not something that like I'm going to sit here and tell everyone that they should never, they should never color their hair. That you are perpetuating these harmful standards, et cetera, et cetera. My white hairs are all on my left side for some reason. Yeah, isn't that so strange how that happens?
I'm bored of it. It takes too much time, too much money. Or maybe I just want to experiment. I want to see what I would look like with my hair growing out of my head the way it does. How might I feel? So they bravely start this years-long process. You've got to grow out like an entirely new head of hair. And every step of the way, people are telling them to stop. Please, please dye your hair again. It looks bad. You look old. And looking through all those TikToks, it made me so happy to see someone come to the end of their journey, a fully grown out look. And even earlier than that, to see them get a few inches of growth and to be excited, to feel so confident.
You were wondering if my white hair is natural.
They like how they look, but it's also kind of about the challenge, the mental and emotional journey. Doing something you want despite what everyone else says. It's not even really about the hair itself. It's more about having the audacity. I love it. Anyway, my point is I am so happy to see people thrive in whatever they value. Be it discovering a new hobby, embracing their gray hair, wearing clothes that finally make them feel happy and confident, happily dating or not dating as an older person. We love to see it. Next, let's get into the age of invisibility. I think we're all well aware of the ageism in media. In Hollywood, we hear all kinds of stories about older actresses, as in over 30, struggling to be cast for anything other than a mom or a grandma role.
Catherine O'Hara was only 36 when she played Kevin's mom, right? You probably thought she was older.
The equivalent today would be Lindsay Lohan playing Kevin's mom, but for a long time, if you were not the 20-something-year-old bombshell, then you automatically became the 40-something-year-old mother. What is the true realistic life for a 36-year-old woman? For a long time, that age group was invisible because now you over 30 and you peers with Uncle Frank.
So, of course, this is very disappointing and frustrating for performers themselves, but it also really matters for representation. As I mentioned earlier, it's very common for women to start to feel invisible after 30 or 40. The lack of representation of those ages feeds into it, deepens that fear of aging. It's the fear of the unknown. You could be fine with getting older in theory, but what will I do? What's my purpose? What is my life gonna look like? From Helena Fitzgerald for Wired, there are so many stories about coming of age, so many fables about the transition between childhood and adulthood. There are far fewer stories, however, about the next great and mysterious transition, the crossing from youth to the next thing after it. What happens after our 20s? We have so little media representation of life in your 30s and beyond, and that's even worse if you are child-free or single.
I mean, look, Sex and the City has a lot of problems, and I could spend an entire stream talking about them. But Sex and the City was formative for me because it was one of the first depictions of women living very full lives in their 30s, and then specifically Samantha was in her 40s, that I remember seeing. And it was really important for me because that was how I had thought that was like more of the life I pictured for myself and needed to believe that it was true, that I didn't just have to, have children and be in the suburbs. And I knew pretty early on in my life that I wanted more of Sex in the City and less of Leave It to Beaver. So for all the problems that Sex in the City has, the depiction of these four women living very full lives in a city as exciting as New York was huge. Love the Golden Girls. Yeah, I mean the Golden Girls rule as well. I've actually been doing a rewatch of Golden Girls because it's just so good.
Again, traditional markers of success are get married, have kids. So single, child-free women face a lot of stigma for not hitting those benchmarks that we expect. How could you possibly have a fulfilling life without marriage or children? Though statistically, single, child-free women are happier and live longer. So that's interesting. Obviously, there's so much that goes into that. A lot of factors. things, demographic things, location, wealth, and race, they all play a role. But regardless, if those statistics are true, and anecdotally they seem to be, anyone who lives in a way that conflicts with the traditional path is expected to end up unfulfilled and miserable. So that's another super important part of these older creators. They can be that representation. They can show that being older, single, child-free can be not only not bad, but like incredible. It can be wonderful. And then even beyond that, though we see lots of like mommy content and family content, we don't
Son
often
Anthony
hear
Fantano
other
thing for
parts
8
of
months.
the life story. What is life like if your spouse passes away or you get divorced? What is it like being an empty nester? So many people are experiencing these things and they're not being talked about in that way. It's very alienating. So again, when looking at the older creators I follow, some of whom are only a teeny bit older.
I mean, look at how popular Grace and Frankie was as a show. And yes, you had two terrific actresses starring as the lead roles, Jane Fonda and Lily Tomlin, but it was because it was a show that focused on these two older women and the relationship between the two of them, and also, you know, their lives, which they had a lot going on. And so that was a show that it wasn't just that older people watched it. It was a show that was popular across age groups, across demographics. And that show is proof that yes, there is a desire for stories like this, for characters like this. It was cool because it showed they still had sexuality and curiosity to explore things. Yes, that they're still vibrant, that they're still full of life.
Than me. I found that a huge common theme is domestic labor, which is another thing on my idea list for another time. It's funny because I am married to a man and I do want to have kids. You would think these conversations about careless husbands and nightmare dads would terrify me, scare me away from it. But no, really, it is so helpful. First of all, my husband is truly a fantastic partner and we do have a fair split in our household. But still, there are always things to work on. There are always things to talk about. And these creators have really helped me figure out how to have those conversations, what things to look out for, what.
Also, there's this very stupid thing where somebody who is speaking about issues in society, that like they are allowed to do that and then also have done things like gotten married and had kids. That does not preclude a person from speaking on issues simply because they have not avoided doing those things, I guess. It's like how I don't know. It's like it actually, to me, is important to have people who have gotten married, who are, you know, maybe parents, and can have these nuanced conversations. I want to have kids and also support others who don't want to follow a similar path. I can be married and support others who don't see that for themselves. Right. Like socialism is when no house, feminism is when no husband. Exactly. Socialism is when no house, feminism is when no husband. The whole point being that we should be free, that we should be totally free in the choices that we make for ourselves. I have started to see content lately of women confessing that they're late 20s or in their 30s and single or virgin, living life to their fullest and not really seeking a relationship. It's really refreshing. And I'm sure that speaks to people who are in a similar situation and maybe struggling because they feel like they're doing something wrong. And a lot of times people feel negatively about themselves because of what society has dictated as normal and what is not normal.
even counts as labor, things that you don't even give yourself credit for. And then, of course, yeah, in our future, when we have kids, hopefully, how can we make sure we navigate that in a fair, equitable way that doesn't leave me as a mom as a shell of a person, which so frequently happens, unfortunately. These topics can be scary and depressing and infuriating.
Yeah, because there's the whole thing too where women, people who become parents, become mothers, are also treated as invisible. You know, ironically so, given that our society talks about how important mothers are. Oh, the mothers, the nurturer, so important, yet we do nothing to support mothers. And also we treat them then as that's their identity, that their identity is being a mother. Their identity is their children. And so there are a lot of moms who feel like they lose themselves in that they no longer become a person, and instead they are this role as mother.
But they're so valuable and they need to be said. Not
It's like
talking
what
about them
defines
doesn't
them.
erase them from happening. And again,
Yeah,
I
you
am
shouldn't
so
be
grateful
defined
for
by
these
whether you
creators who
have kids or
already
you
taught
don't
me
have
so
kids.
much. Okay, final thoughts. As we reach the end of this video, you might be watching this thinking, yeah, aging is sunshine and rainbows. Psych, it's terrifying. And I totally hear you. As motivating and inspiring as positive, content about aging can be, we need to be exposed to all parts of life, the good and the bad. From this Wired article by Amelia Tate, one possible solution is exposure. Ashton Applewhite says, there are literally studies that show the more you know about aging, the less fear it holds. We also need to dismantle the false idea that we have the most in common with people our own age. And I think that's really important. Again, the more we talk about these things, maybe the less terrifying they will seem. I did another survey for this video with my audience, and one of the questions I asked was, what are your top fears in regard to aging? So feel free to read this chart. Let's
see. Okay. Declining health, death of loved ones, not having money to retire, losing independence, existential dread, being alone, looking old, my death. Interesting to see declining health and death of loved ones at the top.
Respondents were in their 20s and 30s, but hopefully it's still enlightening, even though it's not a perfect sample size. But what do you expect? This is not a stats channel. Feel free to share your takeaways from this, but I saw basically 3 top fears across all ages: declining health over time, death of loved ones, and not having enough money to retire. Sickness and death are inevitable, but if only there were like some kind of a government or something that could help us with that retirement issue, make sure everyone can live and retire in dignity.
Yeah, see, this is like what I was saying earlier, where a lot of the fears around aging is related to the lack of social support. People would not be as anxious about getting older if they did not have the reality of these worries that, okay, your health declines as you age. So how am I going to deal with that? How am I going to have support for that? Being older and worrying about, now I am not seen as viable as a laborer, as somebody who provides to society. So how am I going to make money? How am I going to take care of myself, especially with the younger generations facing the realities that older generations, it was not as bad. It like okay, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to afford a house. So how is that suddenly going to change just by me being older? Is it like a snap of the fingers? What's going to happen here? The capitalist system is so unbelievably cruel to older people. Yeah. And then seeing people basically, like older people, just get thrown into homes, and the negative feelings that we hold towards the oldest in our society, because again, it is viewed in terms of providing value.
That's for another video.
It's like old people not being seen as human beings who are valuable because they are human. And instead it's like, what can you provide?
Ultimately, what surprised me most looking at these responses, I kept expecting maybe things to be drastically different as you age. Oh, are young people going to be most afraid of looking old? Is that their biggest priority? But no, instead I saw that a lot of these issues are universal fears regardless of age. And I think we would just benefit from having more conversations about these things.
But I do think the looking old thing is tied in, because looking old means you can't hide the fact that you're old, even if you lie about your age, even if you pretend that you're younger than you are. Looking old then being the signifier that you are old, and therefore your value is declining every day that goes by. And your value declining meaning that you lose worth as a human because you have less to offer.
Often we don't talk about these until we're middle-aged. We're in the throes of it. Maybe it would be helpful and comforting if we talked about these issues earlier in life and more regularly, more openly. Hence my whole point for this video. We can all benefit from more intergenerational contact. We are, dare I say, stronger together. And lastly, another quote from Helena Fitzgerald. I never felt young enough, not even when I was very young. I've always felt like I was losing the game. Perhaps this is because the game is rigged to isolate us from one another and to obstruct the creation of communities, including online ones, that might foster real and radical change across generations and social media habits. That's a banger. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. And yes, I am in a hotel room. We moved out of our last place and we are in the process of finding a new place, and I'm feeling very in between, but we will be settled again soon, hopefully. Thanks again to today's sponsor, Bellesa. Please be sure to enter that giveaway. And lastly, I've got to give a shout out to my sweet patrons. If you want to support the channel and you are able to, please check it out.
Oh wait, we watched
make bonus
this.
videos. Occasionally I'm able to post videos a little bit early for patrons.
That was great. We watched this, but we'll watch this again.
And I look exactly 55. Stop telling a woman you look younger or you look good for your age. It's not a compliment. It's just to reinforce the youth-obsessed culture. Everyone ages so differently. What are we even supposed to look like at this age? So tired of hearing that she's in her 50s but looks 20 years younger. Why is that the goal? I don't survive 5 decades to be obsessed with looking 30. How many people never made it to 55? Women don't owe the world youth, beauty frozen in time. Looking my age or even older than my age is not a failure. Youth is not a standard, it's just a season. And the seasons change. We look our age not because we've let ourselves go, but because we've finally let ourselves be. I am so proud to look my age. I am 55 and
Because we finally let ourselves be. Yeah, I mean, look, this is not something that you can necessarily change your mindset on overnight. And for a lot of us, it's a lifelong struggle because we are still under the constraints of the society that we've grown up in and continue to live under. So it's understandable that having to fight against these forces is the reality, and that it's not something you can necessarily free yourself of like that. But I think it's good. What's she talking about? She's just rambling. Yeah, that's true. She wasn't saying anything of value. She was just stringing together some words and rambling on. And honestly, she should not be on the internet. She should not be posting online because she has nothing of value to say. The best use of ageism is against people who are over 70 in Congress. It's so funny how ageism will be brought up when we talk about how the most powerful people in this country stay in power for way too long and are literally dying in office. And that's when then people will talk about ageism. And I'm like, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting that we're having this conversation now when these are legitimate critiques of our government, of the people who are in power, and many of whom are dedicated to making our lives so much fucking harder because it is to their individual personal benefit. And these motherfuckers have been in power for so long. It's like that picture of Nancy Pelosi with JFK, when that put into perspective how long she had been in power, how long she had been a gatekeeper, and how a lot of this is with the intent of preventing younger, more progressive people from being elected. You know? Relevant clip.
So another great thing about life is making new friends. Anyone can be your friend, even that guy. Hello there, I'm Pim. Would you like to be our friend?
Whoa! What the dude? Don't touch
I love
me.
this show.
No, I'm sorry.
Dude, what the Why are you here, man? You're so old. Where's your wife? Go home to your family, dude.
Well, I mean, I'm not that old.
I'm not that old. It's not really about old or young. Hakeem Jeffries and Bernie Sanders. It's a problem when old centrist boomers refuse to let go. It's a problem when the majority of Congress is over, like when the average age is like 75, when they've been in power for so long and when they are the establishment. Because people like Bernie are outliers. The majority of Congress is very much representative of the establishment. That, yeah, Congress basically just becomes a retirement home where these people refuse to give up power, refuse to step aside and let others come in who are actually representative of the people. And it's a problem when those in power refuse to evolve their perspective to accommodate the needs of present day issues. Yes. And another big issue is that, unfortunately, with the advancements in technology and Congress being so goddamn behind, tech advances so much faster than our laws can try and catch up to. It's like, but then what happens too is at first they don't understand, but then they figure out the value that can be extracted, which is why, like, when we were having that conversation on Ben McKenzie's documentary, Everyone is Lying to You for Money, and he ended up going to Congress to testify at a House panel about these crypto companies being scams. And these old ass Congress members who went from like, well, what's crypto to actually, I love Bitcoin because they're getting paid off by big tech. Yes. Because then big tech comes in and does what these big corporations do. The lobbyists do what the lobbyists do. And so then a lot of members of Congress are, it's just another way for them to be bought and sold. I was age shamed here on Twitch. I was watching a Minecraft event being streamed and the topic of age came up. So I mentioned being in my 30s and kept getting replies from people acting like I was actually an insane person and a dinosaur. It was jarring. Gross. Also, yeah, there is definitely a tendency with young people to act as if people who are like a decade older than them are so much older, and also that they're that they're not getting older too. It's like a weird thing where young people will simultaneously be like, oh my God, we're so old. We're 18, we're 22. But then also kind of act as if they're not going to be 35 one day. I don't know. It's, yikes. All right. Moving on to the next topic here. I did want to, okay, let's see. I want to talk about this like Chernobyl situation in Garden Grove. Let's just briefly talk about this stupid fucking subpoena thing, which Hassan and Medea Benjamin have not officially been subpoenaed. So just to clarify for anyone who has seen something on this, they have not been officially subpoenaed. So either Fox News fell for some bullshit, which would not be out of the question, or they are aware of something that is to come, or they're like manifesting it, right? It's like giving the idea to the Trump administration, which I guess they don't really need the idea, but yeah, it could be instigating. It could be just trying to play their part here in putting fear in people that this is absolutely what this administration does, whether or not this is actually going to happen here. So Fox reported, this was 2 days ago, said federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hassan Piker and Code Pink Co. It's not like, obviously this administration is not funny, but it's very funny. The humor here is that on the one hand, you have terminally online leftists who refer to Hassan as like a liberal Zionist, as a Democratic Party influencer. And then you have Fox News who calls anybody left of where Fox News is a Marxist influencer. So let me just say to the centrist libs out there, and to also the terminally online leftists who are linked in their support of this happening to people like Hassan, you know that the Trump administration views people like Jimmy Kimmel as dangerous Marxist communists, okay? You know that Trump calls everyone a communist who's not like a Trump stan. You do get that, right? People like Jasmine Crockett, who was gleefully celebrating this news. Do you know that you're also a communist per Trump and his administration standards? Do you get that? Yeah, we're all radical commies at the end of the day. And Coping co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin is part of a wider investigation to whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. Where'd they learn this from? That's what I would like to know. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry into whether activists who traveled to Cuba in March violated U.S. sanctions laws through the financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba, including potential contacts with Cuban government personnel or entities on the island. The administrative subpoenas were sent to the pair by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control. And again, nothing, according to Hassan and also Susan Benjamin, has actually been delivered. So who knows? This is amazing. According to public statements, it's believed that delegation members stayed at a hotel the U.S. State Department has put on a Cuba restricted list as businesses directly tied to the communist government of Cuba designated a state sponsor of terrorism. We stayed at a legal hotel. This whole thing seems to stem from an erroneous viral tweet. Know who did actually stay at a sanctioned hotel? Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, who's a friend of the Trump administration, who's like always hanging out at the White House. We know because he broadcast from it and told everyone that he stayed there. Yeah, he's a real fucking dumbass. Yes, but Nick surely can't read, so it's unfair to expect him to know his hotel was on the list. Actually, the law doesn't make an exception for stupidity or intent. He could probably convince a jury he's too dumb to be responsible for his decisions, though. But it doesn't matter about the law because this is about targeting political enemies. And everyone who is not kissing the ring of Donald Trump is a political enemy. That's how this goes. So regardless of what is happening here with these supposed federal subpoenas, the point here is to chill free speech. The point here is to scare people from political action, to scare people from like aiding the Cuban people as they are being strangled by the Trump administration in a long line of US presidents enacting very, very catastrophic restrictions and embargoes on Cuba. So this is about fear. It's all about fear. It is all about making people feel afraid to challenge power. That's the point. The investigation is part of a broader effort by officials at Treasury, State, and Justice Departments to curb malign foreign influence operations inside the United States. Well, it's fine if it's Israel. Let's just remember that. Particularly activities tied to support for political violence, extremist movements, or acts that the U.S. government classifies as terrorism. And they're very specific in their definition of terrorism. The scrutiny reflects growing concern among federal authorities and lawmakers over whether foreign actors and aligned organizations are attempting to shape American political discourse, mobilize activists, sow discord, and normalize rhetoric that could encourage violence or undermine U.S. national security interests. Here's the thing. Discord has been sown and people have been mobilized, not with the necessity of foreign actors, but because of the actions of the United States government. That's why. People in the U.S. who are angry and acting on that anger are doing so directly due to the actions of their government. According to a Fox News digital investigation, Singham has pumped $278 million into nonprofit groups that have pushed pro-China, pro-Cuba, anti-U.S. narratives, and street protests for almost a decade. Since his marriage in February 2017 to Code Pink co-founder Jodi Evans, who's also being investigated for her role in the March trip. Code Pink receives $1.33 million from Singham after he married Evans. In mid-March, organizations in the Singham network, from the Venceremos Brigade to People's Forum, a hub for communist causes in New York City, were leaders of the Nuestra American Convoy, which included an estimated 650 delegates from 33 countries and 120 organizations. The organizations included Democratic Socialists of America, a U.S. nonprofit that promotes Piker as a headline member. The investigation by the Office of Foreign Assets Control is part of a broader dragnet that includes as many as 40 American citizens who joined foreign nationals, including a controversial Brazil activist, Tiago Avila, who are part of a global network of anti-U.S. Marxists, communists, and socialists. Damn, those people sound rad as hell. Additional subpoenas are expected. Is he even a DSA member? I don't think so. I mean, he promotes DSA candidates, but it's funny to call him like the spokesperson of DSA. Hassan Piker, the head of Democratic Socialists of America. The administrative subpoenas mark a serious escalation by the Trump administration against a far-left nonprofit activist network that has spent years defending communist regimes from Cuba to China, while presenting its work as humanitarian aid, anti-war organizing, and solidarity with people. I love how they're using this in quotes, like so condescendingly. Solidarity with people oppressed by the imperialist U.S. colonial power. It's like, damn, you get it. Yeah. Yes, solidarity with people oppressed by the imperialist U.S. colonial power. It's not complicated. As reported, a Fox News digital investigation has identified 145 U.S. nonprofits and activist groups with $1 billion in collective revenues that Justice and Treasury Department officials are investigating as part of a wider influence campaign by Cuba's communist regime and other foreign actors. I'm so glad that rather than investigate those in the Epstein files and bring people to justice, this is what we're doing, because this is who the real enemy is. As soon as we can root out these dangerous Marxist, communist, socialists who are anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism and express solidarity with peoples who are oppressed by the U.S. government, as soon as we root them out, everything will be right as rain. We'll be back to business, baby. U.S. law imposes broad restrictions on financial transactions involving Cuba, primarily through the Cuban Asset Control Regulations administered by the Office of Foreign Assets Control. And in case you don't know, or if it's not an obvious duh, Hassan and others went through the OFAC. They made sure, because they had anticipated this bullshit, they made sure that everything was cleared, that they stayed at hotels that were specifically on the okay list. And he showed the paper on stream. Yes, they made sure. They made sure to do everything by the book. But it doesn't matter, because it's not about that. These rules generally prohibit unlicensed travel-related transactions and the export of goods or services to Cuba, with limited exceptions for journalism, humanitarian projects, educational programs, and certain activities meant to support the Cuban people. Oh, would you look at that? Exceptions for humanitarian projects meant to support the Cuban people. Piker, one of the most influential political streamers on Twitch, has built a massive online following with a mix of Marxist politics, anti-American commentary, and inflammatory statements that have repeatedly drawn public backlash. Did you guys know that Hassan Piker said America deserved 9/11? Can you fucking believe that? On March 10th, Piker posted a photo of himself on Instagram with the message, "I'm going to Cuba." In an Instagram photo from the trip, Singham's wife, Evans, smiled widely in Havana wearing a red and white Palestinian scarf, or keffiyeh, around her neck, while standing beside Piker, who looked seriously into the camera. What? I know this is Fox News, but what is this stupid ass description? He looked seriously into the camera. What is the takeaway here? Yeah, what is this drama? What is this? What is this? What is this? It's so fucking stupid. On a live stream this week, Piker said the Justice Department's indictment of Cuban leader Raul Castro is a sham with no legal standing, designed to create a pretext for escalating U.S. pressure on the island. Piker argued that Trump is acting like a playground bully. Oh my God, how dare he? How dare he? That's so mean. Fox News Digital recently observed Piker outside his Los Angeles home, escorting his dog Kaya outside the house for a bathroom break early one morning. Kaya, a large breed dog that is a mix of Tibetan Mastiff. I cannot believe that I am reading about Fox News stalking Kaya. Kaya is being talked about in this Fox News piece. Absurd. And has been the beloved subject of an online campaign dubbed Free Kaya, over allegations Piker trained Kaya with a shock collar that transmits painful stimuli as part of behavior. At one moment, Piker silently stood over Kaya and gestured with a finger for her to return to the house after relieving herself. Later, Kaya was observed being walked and driven by a woman leaving Piker's home. So creepy. They're stalkers. They are fucking stalkers. Benjamin has made her mark as an activist gadfly who stages media spectacles at congressional hearings, defense industry trade conferences, and the homes of government officials. yelling invectives, chants, and slogans, branding herself as anti-war, but actually running a pattern of messages denouncing the U.S. and uplifting communist and authoritarian regimes from the Islamic Republic of Iran to the Chinese Communist Party and the Communist Party of Cuba. I love the quotes yet again. Branding herself as anti-war, and yet she denounces the United States actions? Excuse me? What a fucking sentence. I know. This whole thing is ridiculous. Can we talk about the Kai abuse bullshit's kind of Islamophobic because the whole trope of Muslims hate dogs? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. There were so many tweets that were so obviously Islamophobic. One, because a lot of the tweets are from people like Laura Loomer, who brags about how Islamophobic she is. And two, because they straight up said, I bet he eats dogs. Like, he obviously Muslims abuse dogs, so that's why he, a Muslim man, abused his dog. Yeah, not to revisit Kaya Gate because I will have a conniption fit. Just when you think we're free, just when you think we're out of it, and then we get pulled back in. Fox News Digital recently observed Benjamin outside her colorful home in Washington, D.C. with her partner and fellow activist, Teague Berry, who accompanied her on the trip to Havana. Piker's been criticized for saying that America deserved 9/11. Oh my God, it's really just regurgitating their favorite hits. A remark he later said was poorly phrased, and for past comments about former Rep Dan Crenshaw. Nobody cares about Dan Crenshaw. The voters didn't care. That's why he's former Rep. A Navy SEAL veteran who lost an eye in Afghanistan. More recently, critics, including Representative Richie Torres, who has gotten quieter, I will say. Post the Adam Freeland interview, Richie Torres has... He's not as loud as he was. Have accused Piker of amplifying anti-Semitic rhetoric after October 7th, while Piker's denied anti-Semitism and said his criticism is aimed at Israel and not Jews. The larger group under scrutiny includes Isra Hershey, the daughter of Representative Ilhan Omar, another favorite subject target of Fox News, with investigators examining whether Omar may have funded her daughter's travel to Cuba. Wow, what corruption. Ilhan Omar personally funded her daughter's trip. That's crazy. Omar didn't respond to an early request for comment about her daughter's trip. They're also investigating Olivia DiNucci, Code Pink's DC coordinator, a former Division I basketball star from Emerson College in Boston. Her unassuming girl next door persona often gains her entry into coveted spaces. This is so fucking juvenile that she then disrupts with loud theatrics. She joined a convoy led by the Brazilian activist Avila. Federal investigators are examining whether the caravan's financing, logistics, coordination, or delivery of goods cross legal lines under U.S. sanctions law. Legal experts told Fox News Digital that the subpoenas could determine whether prosecutors pursue a criminal case under the International Emergency Economic Powers or whether the matter remains a civil enforcement issue handled by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control, which administers U.S. sanctions programs. The Office of Foreign Assets Control can impose civil penalties under a strict liability standard, meaning the government does not have to prove intent. The Justice Department, by contrast, generally must show that a defendant willfully violated the law in a criminal case, often through evidence of concealment, evasion, or knowing participation in prohibited transactions, which they don't have. In a long live stream on Saturday, Piker interviewed another influencer, Ashley St. Clair, about having a baby with billionaire Elon Musk, railed against Trump, defended the communist leaders of Cuba, and free associated about other topics in the news, including a shooting outside the White House, decrying the chaos in America. It's fucking terrifying, he said. Oh my God. Here's the lady who wrote that article. This woman is a Fox News senior investigations editor and cannot figure out a better way to record us on stream than pointing her phone at the computer.
To try and stop this, right?
What? Wait, this is her. Asra Nomani. What a fucking loser.
It's like totally fucking ridiculous to
This
try and,
is journalism.
To try and stop like the political advocacy of an American.
Like this is just low budge trash.
Also, some issues with the dog collar.
Hassan Piker responds to Fox News host talking about his dog's collar. I can't believe we're back here. Farley! Farley! Oh my God! He's going fucking crazy because I'm talking about Kaya right now, obviously. He's like, that fucking bitch. I'm gonna take up the attention. Farley, oh my God! Stop! Stop! Come here! Just, you know what? Christian, is that you? Hi. Come here. Come here. Come here. Pick his little ass up. Pick his little ass up. Oh, you're stink. You're stink. Hi. You look so tan.
Oh, thank you.
You look so
Mexico did me. She did me well. Oh, yes. She got some sun. Hi, beautiful.
Hi. He is still trying. Oh my God.
He's just a little lad.
Oh my God. Hey. 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 It's because we were talking about Kaya. Because of Kaya Gate being reignited.
They cannot be reheating those
Yes,
nachos.
they were talking about it on this Fox News panel.
They're talking about Kaya on Fox News?
Oh, yeah, baby. Yep. Stating they made sure to have a team take photos of Kaya. And Farley's like, I cannot stand.
Wait, no, they're besties now.
Well, kind of.
I don't know. I've seen some footage that I feel like there's actually, they're girls.
They did bond when we were in China, but Farley he's fickle. It's like him barking at you for 10 minutes straight, despite getting along previously.
Yeah, like I was just looking at a video of him like pawing at me and like trying to be all girls.
Yeah, and then he changes it
And
up.
he just every time I see him, he just switches up.
Yeah, I know. I know. Hey.
You see the way even when I went to reach for like to
Yes,
scratch under his chin,
I know.
he showed his teeth. Farley, man, it's okay.
Hi.
he just sits. He's just a big stretcher.
Such a stinker. Yeah, we're still, you know what? We live in hell and it is just on a repeating loop. And that's why we're back on Kaya Gate.
Come up with something different.
Nope.
Like,
We're back on America Deserved 9/11. Kaya Gate.
girl.
We truly are in.
You know what nachos we're not reheating? The Epstein files.
Oh,
Girl,
yeah. Oh, wait. Sorry, what? We've moved on. We've moved on past the Epstein files. Yeah, no.
Like,
sorry, investigations into the Epstein files? I don't think so, because we need to investigate these activists who went to Cuba.
No, right, but God forbid Hassan, said something fucking 4 or 5 years ago.
Dude, one of the more embarrassing aspects here is seeing centrist libs and also terminally online brain broken leftists who are cheering this on.
Because they're like, it should be me. I should
They're
be Hassan.
They're cheering it on because of their personal hatred of Hassan.
Yeah.
And these people stand for nothing except their own selfish
Personal
greed.
gain.
Yeah. They're just hyper individualistic, and it's all about their own petty personal grievances, their jealousies. It's all a game to them. That's the truth of it. It's a fucking game.
And sometimes they just gotta close the laptop screen. You know what I mean? Go
Yeah, or
talk to
walk
people.
into the ocean and try to find Atlantis.
Right.
Hey, I heard a rumor that Atlantis is down there. You should go check it out.
Actually, what was that dolphin? That man who claimed that those dolphins forced him to build something underwater. Did you see that?
No, a man claimed dolphins forced him to build something underwater.
This was in the news cycle maybe 3 months ago, but it was a hard hitting story in Florida.
Oh my
And so, of course,
God.
my Facebook with all my fucking Florida teachers.
Big news out of Florida.
No,
man tries to find thing that dolphins have built.
No, but dead ass, they found this man cracked out on the beach. And
Well,
he was
just
no.
classic Florida man.
Right, and he was like, no, you don't understand. These dolphins kidnapped me and forced me to build an underwater.
Oh, he said that he built this structure because the dolphins kidnapped him?
Yes.
Oh, I believe him.
But to the left, the leftists who are not saying it's on it with Assad, those dolphins are real, and you should go into the ocean too. He was cooking. He was cooking. Start swimming, girl. Do some.
You know what? I actually have. I actually have insider information that the evidence to finally put Hassan Piker in prison is located, and I have the coordinates for it.
But they only speak through clicks and echolocation. So
And it's
you're gonna need to spend a lot of time with them underwater.
It's definitely in the ocean, and it's pretty deep. But I do have the coordinates for anyone who's interested.
It's also convenient to also where the Bermuda Triangle is as well. But, you know,
Yeah, or what's the one hole that people swim into? The blue hole. I think it's down there.
It's deep. There's a reason it's so deep. And it's not around its bottom in Puerto Vallarta.
Yeah, they put that shit there because people get confused when they're trying to leave. So they're setting up, it's an obstacle to the truth. It's an obstacle to the truth. Mama, he's like, no.
Where do you think all that food comes from? The store.
He's like, it just appears. Not enough chicken. No, he's like, I actually have some complaints. Toxic Bear, thank you so much. Sanu hate name Hassan Diaper. Yeah. No, everyone is 12.
That I don't like.
Everyone is 12.
Azra and Amani, thank you so much.
They can't even fucking say it too because they're worried about getting sued. Isn't that funny? Fox News is trying to entertain it, but they can't like fully say it because random fucking chirpers on the internet obviously don't have that same fear. But there is a level of like editorial control when you are a mainstream media outlet, so they can only like point to it. They can't fully lean into it, you know?
And she had more to say too.
I made sure we had a picture of Kaya.
This is
in our
fucking
Like that's insane,
crazy.
bro. This is a Fox News Sunday program. What the fuck do you mean? I have literal fucking.
How have we gotten to this point, man? How the fuck have we gotten to this point where a dog is the topic of conversation on a Fox News
Stalkers on the payroll,
show?
dude.
coverage just because I know there's folks like you, Tommy, that are paying attention to this dog that Hassan Piker has sitting in the back of his live streams for hours on end.
Bro, your own stalker operation literally destroyed the fucking meta. Not only did it prove that it's a fucking vibration collar.
Yeah, they're also really bad stalkers. To quote Regina George, why are you so obsessed with me?
But it also proved.
Okay. Obviously, a big part of everything here is that this is how this administration operates. They are targeting people who are not actually the ones who should be investigated for crimes being committed. And the reason they're not doing that is because their criminal buddies are in the fucking White House. And this is also, it's also all a distraction. So it is targeting people who are a threat to this administration. It's a distraction away from all of the terrible fucking things that this administration is doing. The craziest thing is the libs saying karma bitch. Oh no, the one thing that they're saying, I'm uncommitted on it. They're like, my thoughts on how I feel regarding the Trump administration's targeting of people like Hassan Piker, I don't know. I'm uncommitted on it. Just loser shit. You are treating this like it's a game and that you're the winner here. You're not the winner. The article writer also begged Hassan to give up Kaya for job. No, I know it's all insanity. It really is. It is all absolute insanity, and I don't know. I just always hope that there are enough normal people who see this and see through it. Obviously, people who watch Fox News all day, their brains are cooked. Okay. There's no hope for them to see, to have any type of reason. But hopefully for others out there, when they see this administration's priorities, they'll go, well, this doesn't seem like a good priority to have. You have VOD settings on where I can't access it. No, my VODs don't post when they post afterwards.
Trump is now trying to, at the very least, legally threaten, if not at some point outright bring charges against Hassan Piker. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, they're not going to put my boy in the clinker. That's not right.
Okay.
He's part of our family. They're not going to put him in the clinker. And right there, we've got his shirt. Haley's got one on.
Yeah, repping Hassan Piker.
We want him to know that we are backing him. Now, why would they? It's a subpoena. Is it a subpoena?
Mm-hmm.
Why would they do it to him and not those others?
Yo, he's got the moms
600 people
on lock.
Well, they're going after him, and then
no, the difference here being that Mary Lou has met Hassan, has a personal connection to him.
The main lady, Pink.
Yeah, of Code Pink.
The leader of the group that put it all together.
Yeah.
But you're...
Yeah, she's MAGA except for Hassan. MAGA except for Hassan. She makes the
You are
exception.
siding with Hassan Piker against Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Even though he might have different points and different views, I can still like him, and I don't want our son in the clinker.
New World Order.
Our son. Mary Lou has more love for Hassan than Donald Trump has for his own children. Wow. Then Donald Trump has for his own son, whose wedding he skipped. He did not go to Donald Trump Jr.'s wedding. Mary Lou is also talking about the problems with healthcare because Bob is in the hospital. Yeah, so it's like, hey, Mary Lou, MAGA is not your friend. Donald Trump does not have your interests at heart. But also, understandably, you don't trust the Democratic Party. This is where the leap over that needs to occur, where it's like, yeah, so that's the establishment. And the problem with our political system and with our government is that there are too many people in power who have prioritized their corporate money, their corporate interests over those of the people. Those two things cannot exist together. You cannot prioritize corporations and billionaires and then also have the interests of the people. So this is where it's like you basically do a giant leapfrog to go from where someone like Mary Lou is all the way on the right and rejecting MAGA, rejecting the Republican Party, and rejecting the Democratic Party. And that takes her then, all the way over here. A lot of voters think if you aren't one party, you got to be the other, where they'll go, well, I don't like the Democrats. You're like, okay, I get that. So it's trying to build another viable option here. So anyway, that's what's happening there. For just clarity, nothing has been served. Nothing has been officially served. So who knows if this is coming? If this is shit that's being stirred up, if Fox News, which the author of that piece, the journalist, I'm going to use the quotes that they like to use in the piece, the journalist is so piss poor that she fell for some tweet that she saw online.
Me, Hassan Piker, and others for a trip that Code Pink and other groups organized in March to bring medicines and medical supplies to Cuba's pediatric hospitals. Basically, we want to help save babies. And that, according to Trump, is something that must be investigated, because how dare we want to help the Cuban people? How dare we love the Cuban people? And if indeed the charge is that we love the Cuban people, guilty, because I have loved the Cuban people for decades, ever since Cuban doctors saved my life in a remote village of Africa when I was dying from malaria. I love Cuban art, I love Cuban culture, I love Cuban music, I love salsa dancing. I must admit, I'm not a great fan of Cuban food. But in any case, I want my government to...
Are you kidding me? Cubano, one of the greatest sandwiches.
Leave the Cuban people alone, not to be strangling them by keeping oil from the island, by sanctions that are so brutal. I want them to stop threatening to invade Cuba. I want them to listen to the global world opinion that every single year at the United Nations overwhelmingly says, lift the blockade. So please, if any government officials are watching, don't investigate us for trying to save Cuban babies. Investigate yourselves for what you're doing to kill Cuban babies and make lives of the Cuban people miserable. Leave Cuba alone.
Yeah. Leave them alone. All right. Let's take a look at what has been going on in Garden Grove, which is an area in Orange County, California. It is home to the largest, I believe, Vietnamese American population in California. It's the cultural heart of said population. It's home to a portion of Little Saigon. And over the last week, there have been very concerning developments in a chemical crisis that has prompted evacuations to the tune of 50,000 people. And it has to do with an industrial site where there was an issue with like the temperature, and it was building to a point where it looked as if this could potentially be an explosive release, which would be then releasing highly flammable toxic chemicals in a great explosion, which is obviously a very, very scary disaster. So good news today is that there is apparently a crack that has formed in the tank that has all these toxic chemicals, so that crack could reduce some of the pressure. So now it's now the experts are saying that this is a positive sign, and it reduces it averts the risk of a catastrophic explosion.
Crews in Southern California,
crack for the win,
are racing to try to keep a toxic chemical tank from exploding. Hazmat teams worked all night to determine the depth of a new crack that potentially could ease pressure.
OMG. Oops, sorry, I just put a piece of candy in my mouth. OMG, I live here right now. Help, I can't believe one of my fave Twitch streamers is talking about it. Well, I was talking about it over the weekend with a couple of friends of mine who previously lived in Orange County. And I had no idea that this was happening. So I started to look into it, and I was like, oh my God, This is fucking
and
terrifying.
help prevent
But
a
good
leak
news
or
today.
explosion.
We got a
They
crack.
also learned that temperatures inside the tank reached at least 100 degrees, and they are unsure at what point the highly flammable chemical might explode and ignite. The situation has forced around 50,000 people to already leave their homes for emergency shelters or hotels. The interim Orange County Fire Chief, TJ McGovern, is joining us right now. He's going to be joining us in a minute. Orange County is home to more than 3 million people, one of the largest counties in the state. Chief, is the explosion threat still present right now?
The explosion threat is, but
Crack
what
for the
crews did
win.
last night, we did another mission last night and an operation. And what we're happy to report, the threat of a levee has been eliminated. That's something we went after last night. So what we can report now is the threat of a levee has been eliminated. There's still a threat of an explosion, or the incident's not under control yet, but we really went after the threat of a levee, and we mitigated that, and we're happy to report that.
So tell us what a bloody is.
So that's a boiling liquid expanding evaporation explosion. So basically what that is, it's a substance in a contained tank that is pressurized, and there's an ignition, and in that pressurized cylinder, that would be a levee. Very, very dangerous to first responders. We've had a lot of these in the nation right now, and it's usually a catastrophic event when that occurs. That was our concern from the get-go, and like I said, happy to report that that now has been abolished, so that's no longer on the table.
Yesterday, the temperature inside the tank, as you know, reached at least 100 degrees. That's the maximum that the gauge would register. What is the latest you can tell us about the temperatures, the pressures inside, the conditions at the scene? How worried?
Yeah, this is absolutely one of those situations too, where even if you don't live inside the evacuation zone, it is still terrifying. The potential of these toxic chemicals poisoning the greater environment and people being exposed to really, really dangerous fumes. Like, that's very scary. And even with the threat of the explosion being averted because of this crack that is, or at least I would say the threat of the explosion being reduced in threat because of this crack that is reducing the pressure, it's still it's still a scary and potentially dangerous situation. They've only been updating once in the morning and once at night and haven't been super clear in communication. Also, thousands evacuated, not enough shelter space, and people not being allowed to park at state beaches either. Yeah, where it's like, okay, is my community just going to explode? Like, is this tank going to fucking explode everywhere? Or are these gases going to be released? Is my life as I know it here over? If I return, am my family and I going to be inhaling these fumes? Hello?
Should folks in Orange County, California, where there are some 3 million people living there, including Disneyland, right now be?
So yeah, as far as the temperatures go, so early on in the incident, we couldn't get close because we had to pull everyone out, and all we can get temperature readings were from our drones or UASs from an external of the tank. So that's the only thing we were using, because the internal gauge, the visualization of the display, we couldn't see it because we couldn't get close. After the last 2 nights of these night operations, we were able to visualize the tank temperature gauge.
And just to give you a little history on this area, so it's a very, very culturally diverse population. They have like over a third of the residents are Hispanic, and over almost half are Asian American, and a lot of Vietnamese Americans specifically because they share Little Saigon, and there are a ton of Vietnamese Americans in the area. So in throughout the 1800s and up until the 1950s, This was a heavily agricultural area, and it was built by Japanese and Mexican immigrants who really formed the backbone of the economy here. Then after World War II, development, boomed, went up. And so in the 50s and the 60s, a lot of affordable middle-class homes were built here, and it became a very thriving area. And so aerospace has long been a big industry in Southern California. And so companies started opening up facilities in areas like Orange Grove, in areas like Orange County, and in specifically places like Garden Grove. And so this company, GKN Aerospace, which is a British manufacturing company, is the one that owns this facility. This is their location where the leak has occurred. And they are a company that produces jet engines and other stuff for military and civilian aircraft. Of course, it's going to hit marginalized communities the hardest. Well, yes, it is not a coincidence that a lot of facilities that produce hazardous waste tend to be in areas with heavily Black and brown populations. It's called environmental racism. It's a whole thing. But anyway, so what was I saying? Garden Grove, GKN Airspace. Yeah, so they opened this facility in the 60s, and that is where the problem is.
2 nights ago, and it was pinged at 100. The gauge doesn't go past 100. But last night on our second night operation, we're able to get crews in there and actually start looking inside the tank, peeling some of the material away. And we noticed the internal temperature reading was in the 90s, significant decrease, and that's what we were looking for. So as of last night and throughout the night, that
they wanted to build a whole incinerator in the Baltimore area that was right next to housing. Yeah, and look at where they're building these AI data centers.
temperature has decreased from.
I live on the East Coast, but I'm a quality control technician at a pre-plastic polymer chemical plant, and holy shit, they're so negligent with maintenance stuff. Multiple significant equipment failures have happened, and there was a fire in a reactor recently. Would not be surprised if similar greed-related negligence is a cause in this situation. So fucking scary, and also leaks like this are crazy, dangerous, contaminating groundwater too. Yeah, we don't have the full picture here, obviously, of like what has led up to this chemical crisis, but I would also not be surprised. The temp decreased in part because it released toxic vapors pressure. Yeah, well, it's because this crack formed due to the building in temperature and pressure. So the crack resulting from that, but also being the thing that can reduce that pressure and reduce the likelihood that it explodes.
Somewhere 100 and above, down in the 90s. So that's a positive deflection that the cooling measures are working. And after
in 1987, the United Church of Christ Commission for Racial Justice published a landmark investigation that coined the term environmental racism to show race was the most reliable predictor of hazardous waste facility locations. Yeah. I think the stat is that Black people are 75% more likely to live near facilities that produce hazardous waste, that they are disproportionately impacted by polluted air.
For some of that operation last night, we're able to
We
take
can
some of the
pretty much
sheathing
point
and the
to
insulation.
what the cause of this was,
we're pulling it
negligence,
back,
which is
so
not a
we're able
fault
to get
of
our
the
hose
workers.
streams
Oh, it's always on the
closer to
company.
Internal shell to keep those cooling measures in place. So with the threat of a levee eliminated, the temperatures decreasing, these are very positive enhancements that we've had over the last 2 nights.
And very quickly, Chief, before I let you go, if you have loved ones in that Orange County area At what point do you think they should start leaving?
So we sent out evacuation zones immediately, mandatory evacuations. So we've had our residents out for a couple days now. And our goal, we understand what they're going through. And our goal.
This guy sounds like Tom Hanks. There will probably be an HBO miniseries on this where Tom Hanks plays this chief.
Is to get them back in their homes, get them back to their normal life. But we can't do that until the threat of life safety has been completely eliminated. So after the last 2 nights of our operations,
thank you for the
we
gifted.
are working on getting them back. We're not there yet. We still have some more work to do. We're still vetting and validating all the information we received yesterday, but we definitely are working on a plan trying to get them back. But our evacuation zones are still in place, but we're actively working on that, and there'll be some more information throughout the day coming forward.
CNN's Veronica Miracle joins us live now from the city of Cyprus. So,
Erin Brockovich is free on YouTube. We should watch her for film night. Speaking of Erin Brockovich, she is currently involved as a leader in a campaign to fight back against the proliferation of data centers. So she's still out there. She's now fighting data centers. She's like, same shit, but different day. Yeah, she is still at it. But now she has really turned her attention on fighting against these data centers that are polluting communities and are really having a detrimental effect on a lot of people's lives.
Veronica,
here's the tweet. Erin Brockovich has launched a website and begun tracking all data centers in America and logging resident complaints. In just 1 week, it's already logged 1,690 resident complaints. For those who don't remember, Brockovich was the paralegal responsible for winning out a case against PG&E Hinkley in California because their wastewater runoff was seeping into rural areas and creating a lot of health issues for the surrounding neighborhoods. That case brought in a $333 million settlement that went to the families affected by the situation because a lot of them either had staggering medical bills due to their tap water was no longer safe. So why is this important? Well, residents all over America are reporting their tap water and river waters being heavily polluted by data centers. Her map of data centers is new. She just launched it. The website features an interactive U.S. map showing operational, under construction, and proposed AI data centers overlaid with community-reported complaints. Residents can submit reports with details, photos, and locations. Within days of launch, it received a surge of submissions, over 1,600 in the first week, reports of 1,800 from 47 states shortly after.
Wasn't on my bingo card. Girlfriend got a whole website now. Whole website. And she's tracking numbers. She's tracking all of the information nationally. Now, for those of you that don't know, back in the day, Erin Brockovich was the paralegal largely
There are now more than 4,200 data centers. Data centers that are training, deploying, delivering AI all across the United
responsible
States.
for winning out a case against PG&E Hinkley in California because their wastewater runoff was seeping into rural areas and creating a lot of health issues for the surrounding neighborhoods, including but not limited to childhood cancer. That case brought in a $333 million settlement that went to the families affected by the situation. Because a lot of them either had staggering medical bills or were forced out of their homes because of unsafe, unhealthy living conditions, because their tap water was no longer safe. And in case you're not on the same algorithm I'm on, there's a lot of complaints about...
Also, at the time, when Erin Brockovich successfully built a case against PG&E, and it resulted in a $333 million settlement. It was the largest payout in a direct action lawsuit in U.S. history.
The tap water coming into people's homes now being very heavily yuck because of proximity to data centers that are up and running.
So her website, brockovichdatacenter.com, lists several key concerns surrounding such data centers, including high energy consumption that drives environmental impacts and costs, substantial water use for cooling that constrain local supplies, increased e-waste from frequent hardware upgrades, exposure to location risks such as natural disasters or geopolitical instability, growing scalability pressures. Brockovich, let me just pull up the website. Growing scalability pressures that can outpace local infrastructure, and constant noise from cooling systems and generators that can disrupt nearby communities. The race to build AI infrastructures is unfolding town by town across America. In some places, data centers are welcomed. In others, they are delayed, contested, or abandoned altogether. This map captures the real-world footprint of that race, revealing patterns of growth, conflict, and uncertainty. Many people have been reaching out to me regarding an existing or upcoming AI data center that's located in the heart of their community. And then here are all the key concerns. This is the map. Kevin O'Leary. God, that guy sucks. His massive Utah AI data center faces mounting opposition. Yeah, this is a whole lot of red there. Yeah, so that's what Aaron Brockovich is up to. Back to talking about the chemical crisis in Garden Grove.
I understand it. There is a crack potentially in the tank, and that has released a significant amount of pressure. The threat of an explosion still exists, but likely not as devastating as what had been feared.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Zane. Crews have been working overnight, and we've all been waiting here to hear how that overnight mission went. And this really is the best case scenario news, because the other alternative would have been that the crack did not release any pressure. It didn't relieve any pressure. And then the possibility of a catastrophic explosion would still be on the table. What we're being told is that the crack has eliminated pressure, that it's been significantly reduced in terms of that tank explode.
I would say one of the most effective ways that we've seen people fighting back against big tech is how many data center projects have been delayed or canceled, largely due to community pushback. So there is a lot of proof showing that many people do not want these data centers in their communities and have been organizing against them and have been successful in it.
A more catastrophic vapor explosion that essentially is off the table. The threat of an explosion still existing here. However, the other good news that they found is that the temperature inside the tank has also decreased to 93 degrees. It had over the weekend maxed out at 100 degrees. Where the authorities want this chemical to be sitting is around 50 degrees, so still a long ways to go.
We were able to fight back against one in Monterey Park, California. Which is awesome that people can fight against this. Yeah, and it doesn't always result in these projects being delayed or canceled. Like this person just said, saw a story of a small town in Michigan that stopped an AI data center from being built, but the developers sued the small town for hundreds of millions, couldn't pay it, so they had to put the AI data center. I think it is something like almost 50%. I think that's right. Almost 50% of these data centers are delayed or canceled.
But it's trending in the right direction. So in terms of people being able to come home, there's about 50,000 people still under evacuation orders. And we are told that the evacuation orders, those are still holding until the threat for any life, any damage is completely removed. So that is somewhat bad news. There are so many people who have been forced to leave with a moment's notice, and they've been severely impacted. Take a listen to what one evacuee had to say.
I'm scared because I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know if anything that already is in the air is going to affect us.
Yeah, see?
or if it blows, what's going to happen? You know, that's the unknown is really scary.
Yeah.
We got an evacuation notice and we had to get out, you know, so we did. I've worked in refineries my entire life, so I know the danger of the chemicals that they're talking about.
And Zane, it should come as no surprise that there have already been lawsuits filed. At least one couple, they have filed a lawsuit, and the lawyer there says, the lawyer representing them says that they filed it as a class action lawsuit and a couple hundred.
Okay, so first responders were able to initially cool the tank with water hoses to stop further off gassing, but they couldn't chemically neutralize due to a faulty valve. And they also could not drain its contents due to said faulty valve. So the only thing that has eliminated the threat of a blev, is this crack. But it could still explode. It would just be smaller and it can still leak.
People are expressing interest in joining it at this point. The company at the center of this crisis, GKN Aerospace, they have put out a statement apologizing, say they are working with first responders to mitigate this crisis.
Hence the evacuation.
About 800 local and state responders are here on the scene trying to resolve this issue as quickly as they can. And as soon as we have more updates, of course, we'll bring them to you.
I feel really stressed out because I'm not sure what the future has to tell for us. I don't know how long this is going to be, how long we're going to have to be displaced, where we're going to be, if we're going to have the money to be able to provide for our kids and our family.
Joining me now, CNN senior national security analyst Juliette Kayyem. And you just heard the...
Yes, we are still at a smaller explosion or leak that they're saying they want to direct to a parking lot. Oh. Yeah, and then it turns all the cars into, makes them anthropomorphic, and they become the cars from Cars. But who knows? Also, there's a propane tank building down the street. Great. Okay. Also, no communication of the other chemicals presumably in that building have been taken out. Also, the night it happened, we got an Amber Alert to evac, but it took 20 minutes for another Amber Alert to go out specifying what cities were evacuating. I forgot if the second one said what was happening, but the first one didn't. Yeah, so you have a population of people who are faced with this possibility that very dangerous chemicals are going to leak and or explode into their community and have had limited communication, and so are just wondering what the fuck is going on and what is going to happen. GKN has been fined before.
Voice of someone there from Huntington Beach.
I am just going to say it will not be surprising if we find out that what initially caused the material in the tank to overheat is a result of this company cutting corners of, their negligence, whatever, right? It having to do with the fault of GKN.
California. Can you talk about this kind of how to warn people, how long they need to stay away from their homes? How do emergency officials think of this kind of thing?
Yeah, so toxic chemical leak.
No fucking way. No. Orange County Fire Authority is asking the public to refrain from calling with suggestions on how to handle the chemical tank leak. No. Oh my God. What? Everyone is suddenly a fucking expert here? What? No. No. Everyone's a scientist. At this time, we ask the public to refrain from calling to offer suggestions so emergency personnel can keep communication lines focused on incident operations and public safety needs. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Look, I understand that people mean well, but I don't think that this is something where maybe you read something on Reddit, maybe you read a thing on Reddit and you're like, oh, this is what I should pass along to OCFA. Nothing a little duct tape can't fix. Yeah, a little DIY. But I asked Grok, but I asked ChatGPT how to fix a chemical tank leak. Oh, Lordy. These kinds of issues are so common where I work. Redundancy and infrastructure is not required, so they just operate with the bare minimum of functioning equipment and then fix things when they finally fail to the point of something not working. It's truly heinous, and the fallout from this sort of disasters, the sort of thing money and lawsuits do not fix. Yet this is really scary. Really, really scary. I feel for people who live in this area because this is a nightmare.
Is scary. It's a chemical called MMA. It's quite dangerous to the respiratory system. So basically what happened is they found one particular tank on this facility was too hot. That's not good. And the worst news for them was the pressure was increasing inside the tank. So they were worried about an explosion. They then evacuate appropriately 50,000 people. It's a huge evacuation. Governor Newsom of California has declared an emergency. The good news, as you noted, is that you need to release the pressure in the tank to make sure it doesn't explode while doing so that there's no leaks. And that's basically the tension they have right now. It appears overnight nothing obviously catastrophic happened. So it might be that they're reducing the pressure in the tank, lower the temperature, and then figure out what the problem is. But people will not be able to return until they know that this is not going to be catastrophic.
What I'm saying
Yeah, so what happened with
a potential
what happened with Chernobyl, which was like the most disastrous chemical plant leak ever. And a lot of radioactive materials were dumped into not just the surrounding environment, but many parts of Europe, is that it was a combination of undisclosed flaws in the design of the reactor and also safety violations by the plant operators. So the blame ended up being on the reactor, those who designed the reactor, the plant management, and the operators. And the reason that I know 2 people affected by the evacuation, they haven't been able to go home since Friday afternoon. Yeah, and people don't know when they're going to be able to go home. Yeah, so the reason that it was the worst nuclear disaster and like the most expensive of all time is because of the radioactive chemicals that were released into the environment, and those do not just go away. It's not like, oh, wait a week and then that will clear up. So the long-term consequences of that, there were so many, there were direct casualties, and then there were even more health complications that occurred long after Chernobyl because of how damaging those chemicals are when they are released into the environment. People were detecting chemicals several countries away. Yes, it was not just the surrounding environment where the reactor was located. It was multiple parts of Europe were exposed to these chemicals being deposited into the environment. Love you, Queen. Hope you remember to take care of yourself despite the horrors. Thank you, poisonous mushrooms. Yes.
Hazmat situation in California. Fire officials just announced that emergency crews have successfully reduced the threat of an explosion from a compromised chemical tank. This all started Thursday at a manufacturing plant in Garden Grove. It's about an hour south of LA near Disneyland. That's when firefighters responded to reports of overheating in the tank, raising serious concerns about a blast and possible leak of toxic chemicals. Authorities issued widespread evacuation orders for nearly 50,000 people in the surrounding area. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now from nearby Stanton. Steve, good morning. So officials just gave an update. They mentioned that crews can now get a read on the tank's internal temperature. How's that helping the situation?
Yeah, Savannah, a lot here, massive news on the ground. If it gets a little nerdy and wordy, stop me, but it's important to know, starting with the fact that the risk to the public still exists, right? The explosion is still possible, still 50,000 people or so evacuated from their homes. What they have done, per a late-night operation, they've gone in there to identify...
So you think of East Palestine, Ohio, on the train derailment. The residents there are still dealing with the aftermath of it, funding and health complications, just completely forgotten the aftermath. Yeah. I mean, the atomic bombs. It was not just the people who were directly killed that day. It was generations, decades after the bombs were dropped because of how poisonous those materials are. And that's why when we talk about the Palestinian genocide, we also talk about the deaths that are resulting from and will continue to result from all of these dangerous chemicals from the massive tons of bombs that have been dropped on this population that have literally poisoned the very earth that Palestinians live on. So this is where the long-term damage comes into play, and people move. I mean, same in places like Iraq, the birth defects that are still happening. It's an element of war and of imperialism that is not talked about enough. The damage that is done to the water, to the soil, to the environment, that has lasting consequences. Depleted uranium rounds in Iraq have poisoned the water and soil to the point where kids are still born with radiation genetic defects.
Crack, they've known that the crack was releasing pressure. They have now confirmed that all the pressure is out of that tank. What that does is eliminate what's called a BLEVE, a boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. It is essentially the worst case scenario. It's essentially a sort of a chemical explosion. It's the reason why the radius is so big. It's the reason why we've had all of these evacuations. What it means is that they're maybe able to get in there to reduce some of those evacuations, but no word yet. I want you to hear from the chief on the substantial threat, again, that still exists to this day. Listen to this.
There's still a threat out there, and we need the public to keep to those evacuation zones until we deem it safe for them to come back.
So again, the elimination of the BLEVE means there is not that worst case scenario, this massive explosion that would trigger this huge environmental disaster. That has essentially been eliminated. But again, they're keeping those evacuations in place. They say we should learn a little bit more about a timeline for maybe when people on some of the edges of that evacuation area might know a little bit more about when they can come back to their homes. But we just don't know yet because, again, the threat exists and it could still.
I think it's important to understand that when we talk about consequences from chemical leaks and from nuclear disasters, we shouldn't just talk in terms of how many people died, because there are many more people who don't die but have long-term health complications, or children who are born and suffer from defects due to their what their parents were exposed to. So it's not just that we measure, we shouldn't just measure and quantify it in terms of the number of deaths. And that's why when we talk about, like, when you differentiate between direct and indirect deaths in something like the Palestinian genocide, and how there is not a way to quantify it because of how long how long the consequences to a nearly 2.5 year constant bombing campaign will result in. These events create intergenerational harm that is not quantifiable.
Leak and fail. That is important to know.
9/11 first responders.
As well. Hopefully they've built some systems in there to eliminate when that flow happens, if it does. Otherwise, though, this is really, really positive news in the right direction to hopefully mitigating this entire situation.
Well,
Savannah.
yes, great news there, especially for those families in the evacuation zone. Steve Patterson, thank you so much.
We thank you for watching, and remember,
update.
We did it. I was handed an incident that had two options: a spill or an explosion. Now, as the chief said, it was unacceptable. We put all of our people together, we found a plan, and we instigated it. Okay? That took time. That tank was ready.
We did it, but also then him saying, I was handed this.
To blow up. I want to talk about what's gone on in the last 24 hours that has gotten us to this position so that all your residents understand it's safe to go back. 24 hours ago, we started seeing the trends of the tank, okay? A lot of people are asking us, why aren't we getting the tank numbers more often? We were not putting firefighters downrange into the area during the daylight when the tank is at its most vulnerability. So we were doing at night operations. And we were doing it once or twice a night at the most to get in there and get a trend. Get in, get out, okay? We were tracking those trends. We had to understand the stability of the tank. What we essentially were shooting for, in layman's terms, is to boil an egg, okay? That's what we wanted. You know, you have to control that temperature to get that egg done right and not crack the shell, okay? The shell did crack, but just enough to release that pressure without causing a leak or an explosion. That was our huge moment in this incident that we were able to capitalize on and take control of it and start mitigating it and go what we would call offensive. Go downrange and start taking active actions to assess the tank and everything you saw on TV last night. That's because of the trending that we saw. You remember we talked about 77 degrees. And
So just to be clear, some areas have been cleared for residents to return home, but there are other areas where there is still an evacuation order. And the threat of a catastrophic explosion has been eliminated because the tank has cooled sufficiently.
90 degrees and then 100 degrees and then it flattened. And then we went back in and it was 93 degrees. It not only flattened, but it retracted. There we go. That's what we were looking for. That was that moment where we knew we were starting to get a hold of this thing. The tank was stabilizing. Then it's down to 92 degrees. Here we go. We took off all the sides of it. You saw those guys working so hard last night, taking off all the weather and insulation on the side so that the water could directly impact the tank.
Why is he talking like a football coach?
And be more efficient at cooling it and continuing that. That's
Left
like
side,
that
strong
egg when
side.
you take off all the shell on the outside. That's what we did last night. So we could get the cooler water on it and be more efficient at cooling this thing down and managing that time temperature curve. We did it. I was handed an incident that had two options: a spill or an
Just coming out. We did it, Joe. If people want to support, there's a community org who's taking donations for those who are displaced and are in need. Okay, this is ICE out of GG. Charging state. This is in response to the imperialist made ecological disaster and emergency unfolding in Garden Grove, Stanton. What is the date today? Okay, so there's a lot of info here. The info's in their stories. I know it doesn't let me click on it though, because I'm not signed in. Mission accomplished. Live updates. Massive blast ruled out at California chemical leak in Orange County as officials say crisis is not over. Wait a second. But this Oh, CFA guy just told me we did it. Oh, hello, Miss Peach Jars. Hello, darling. What's going on? What's happening? What's the 411? Tank cracked but did not leak anything while relieving pressure. My entire understanding of physics is now in question. Well, it's because it cracked, but not cracked in a way that then would release the chemicals. Cracked in a way that it reduced the pressure, and then they were able to cool down the temperature. Millions and millions of gallons of water used to douse overheating Orange County chemical tank. So you've got a deluge system with a full throttle on it, and then we have that ground monitor that's flowing 1,250 gallons a minute. We're talking millions and millions of gallons of water. That is our football coach guy. Do we know how this all started? We do not have official confirmation on it yet, but as I said before, I would put money on this being the fault of GKN. So it's still bad, but no massive explosions, small victories. Yeah. So they're saying that the threat of a catastrophic explosion eliminated. We did it, Joe. But that it's not crisis totally over. It's that the threat of a mass explosion is off the table, and they have been successful. They've been successful in cooling things down. So it's allowed some people to return to their homes. What if we shot it with a gun? You know that someone who called in to offer their advice on how to fix the leak was like, just shoot it, brother. Take her down. When asked if the water being used on the tanks was being tested for contaminants, Covey said that it was part of standard operations at any incident involving a hazardous material. We are absolutely testing runoff. That is normal operating procedure. Plus, the teams put downstream barriers to capture anything floating. The water is 100% clean, and it's been clean the entire time we've been monitoring it. Covey also noted that those living in the evacuation zone would absolutely not have to wash down the exteriors of their homes, outdoor furniture, or walkways. What is it with British-owned companies, America having negligence leading to catastrophic environmental disasters? Just one more gift from the British. If anything released from the tank in the very beginning stages of this incident, it settled down in that immediate area. We had no winds. There was nothing that was really pushing this incident other than the pressure being developed in the tank. OCFA Hazmat Branch Division Chief Nick Freeman said that crews hope to see the internal temperature of the tank continue trending downwards overnight. So this is the latest updates as of an hour ago. Officials said that the temperature inside the tank was approximately 100 degrees on Saturday night, but noted it had since flattened and decreased to around 93 degrees by Monday evening. Thank you, Chatter, who mentioned ice out of GG. I'm in it. Please help us supporting our neighbors. Yes, shout out ice out of GG. Under normal conditions, it's around 50 degrees with that cooling system in place. So it still has around 43 degrees to go to then be of normal conditions. That cooling system is not in place, so we're just going to watch the trending, continue talking to the chemists and the experts to make sure we're in the right direction moving forward. I don't know at what point they can put in the cooling system. Did you see Peach's last message? No, I only saw her say, wait, where's... It's just this. Is this a secret message? How do I... Oh. Wait, did you delete it? Because I pulled up to see what you said next, and then it just had that bar, and I was like, oh, it got held? Yeah, sorry. I don't know if you know, but there's certain things that you can't say on Twitch. Now, if you want to do white supremacy in the way that Asmongold does, totally fine. But if you were if you were saying what I think you were probably saying, well, that is unacceptable on Twitch. Yeah. She said something derogatory about the crack. Okay, so here's the evacuation zone that has been reduced. It's been reduced by 65%, allowing tens of thousands of people to return home after 5 days of uncertainty. I only asked for pics of your feet. Well, I will send you the most glorious ones. He urged people to remain mindful of evacuation orders as crews continue working around the clock to completely contain the incident. When asked whether evacuees should be worried about contamination, Orange County Healthcare Agency Dr. Regina Chincio Kwong said that while the work isn't over yet, people returning home on Monday can feel safe. There was no contamination. You should feel comfortable going home even if you're across the street from that new zone line. Democratic Senator Adam Schiff also spoke at the conference, urging people to continue heeding evacuation orders. I want to urge folks that are still within the area where there's an evacuation order, nothing is worth risking endangering your lives by trying to go back to your home while there's an evacuation order still in effect. All right. Well, this is good news. It's good because it doesn't seem as if it's going to get worse here, but now it's a matter of obviously returning to safe conditions for the entire area and then investigating what the hell happened here. And I totally get people not trusting because that is a very scary thing. And it does feel like, I'm sure for a lot of people, that they are still taking a risk despite what the authorities are telling them. And this is the problem too with people not trusting authority when they have been shown over and over again not to trust authority. So when something like this happens, they're like, are they lying to us? Can we even trust what they're saying? You know? They let people back into the areas of that huge train crash a while ago. Yeah, and it's like, well, what's the definition of safe here? As with every company in the U.S., utter incompetence, lack of care for humanity or the environment, and lack of oversight will always end in enshittification. I mean, it's like when you don't regulate these companies, do you think that they're going to regulate themselves? Do you think that they're going to take all the precautions to ensure that people are safe? We need a billionaire to drink the water. Speaking of billionaires, why is Tom Steyer saying what non-billionaires are not saying? It really is like, I don't want Tom Steyer to be the guy because he is a billionaire, but he's also kind of the guy here.
You talked about trans people. I'm totally in favor of trans athletes in high school. I think when you understand the vulnerability, the stress, the danger of being a trans kid, and you understand that almost half of them try to commit suicide.
Yeah.
And then you think we're going to punish those kids. We're going to cut them off from team sports. We're going to cut them off from participating in the community. We're going to cut them off from fun. It's like, no, we're not. No, we're not. And, you know, as someone who played sports my whole life and loved sports and loved playing sports, there are more important things than whether you start on your high school basketball team. And that is standing up for people who are under threat of death. You talked about trans people.
Yeah, And it's like Tom Steyer says that, and you go, it's not hard. And yet, so many Democrats have without a second thought thrown trans people under the bus, thrown trans kids under the bus, including Gavin Newsom. And then Tom Steyer comes in and he's like, hey, it's more important that we allow and provide the space for trans kids and for trans people to be members of our society. They are members of our society, and we should protect them. It's definitely made me feel less like I'm no longer picking the best, worst option with him. I mean, he's saying the things, and he's showing his support for single payer in California, for the billionaire tax, for now, obviously, if he gets into power, he'll have to he'll have to walk the walk. But then it's like, you see Becerra, who just got $1 million from Meta, Becerra, who's Mr. Chevron, and it's clear what the best choice is here. Not really saying genocide with his whole chest, but I do feel like that is something that he can be moved on, which would have loved for him to, from the get-go, be very staunch in his anti-genocide position. But he does give me more hope as opposed to a lot of other candidates that he is not going to be an Israel supporter because he's not being funded by AIPAC. He comes so close, it's crazy. He just doesn't go the extra step. Yeah. Becerra was also endorsed by Jasmine Crockett. Also, can we talk? Yeah. Also, you know who she just endorsed? Wesley Bell in St. Louis. Wesley Bell, who is the AIPAC stooge, and Cori Bush is running to unseat him after AIPAC bought that seat for him last election cycle. And of course, Jasmine fucking Crockett, just a total flop city, just showing her ass time and time again, endorsed Wesley Bell. She's so rotten. I know. He actually moved on his position on the billionaire tax after San's interview, so that's a good sign, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is I do think Tom Steyer is a person who can be moved on the issues. It's just a matter of walking the walk if he's put into the position. Skeptical, but speaking so effortlessly on trans rights is a meaningful indicator of integrity. Yes, especially when, as I said, so many Democrats have thrown trans people under the bus. Some hope core on this Monday. Breaking. God damn it. I won't believe it until he's fucking dead. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu has been admitted into a hospital in Jerusalem, per Jerusalem Times. You know that someone here could be a hero? Some nurse, some doctor, some hospital worker could be a real international hero. Please be more than ass cancer. Please. Please. What if he and Trump died at the same time? I wouldn't even know what to do aside from throw the biggest party. Never thought I'd be on cancer's side. Oh, I'm fully on cancer's side. Fully. I'm like, please, cancer, give us a win. Give us the win. Please. Unfortunately, there are other villains who would take his place. Certainly. Look, he is simply one individual, though he be very evil and deserves to die. So it doesn't change the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu deserves to die, should no longer be on this earth. But yes, it does not mean that the apartheid system that maintains the current state of Israel crumbles. But man, at least it would be something. At least it would be a moment of joy. Netanyahu dying is a celebration worthy event, even if there are more evils. Yeah. Hello, Twitch staff watching Caroline's stream. When she says she's on Cancer's side, she means the people of the Cancer sign. I am not kidding you when I say this. I really don't care anymore there are certain things that I am still careful about, but me saying I hope Benjamin Netanyahu dies and dies horribly, I will say that with my full fucking chest. I will say that until it happens, and then I will celebrate it happening. Benjamin Netanyahu, may he die the most painful of deaths. And may it be soon. Caroline gives no more fucks about being banned. I mean, look, as I already said, seeing the type of shit that Asmongold says on a daily basis, what other people say who aren't even just, it's not just Asmongold. It's like, oh, this racist peanut who's being promoted by AT&T, you know? I just see what so many of these assholes say with regular frequency and no consequences. And so not only am I correct, I am morally and righteously correct in saying that Benjamin Netanyahu should die. I also am like, ban me. If you're going to ban me for saying stuff like that, then great. That's how I will go out. It's not like I risk what, you know? I don't care. I've reached a point, and I think it also it also is probably me post EDC where I have just been giving less of a fuck. I've been giving less of a fuck. Like I said, these freaks online making shit up about me, I'm like, great, I'm just gonna block you. You're fucking crazy. People have texted me about it. I'm like, you just block and move on. That's it. I'm not going to get up in arms about it and try to, you know, fight with all these people on the internet. And I'm not going to worry about getting banned for hoping that Benjamin Netanyahu dies. LL OMG, Peanut's whole slur-laden community was in everyone's replies after the AT&T thing. It's wild how toxic that side of Twitch. Yes, there's so many of them. And because they're all apolitical streamers, they get away with shit. It's crazy. It's like all of these, specifically big male streamers, who are saying awful things and have awful communities, they get to continue doing so. But then Morgue Pie gets banned after using her feet as a green screen to stream Dark Souls 3 gameplay. Wow. Wow. Awesome. Awesome, Twitch. Free our inventive queen. That is so funny. Dark Souls, soul spelled S-O-L-E-S. S-O-L-E-S. Sometimes I imagine telling my grandma there's a racist peanut on Twitch, then I remember she's 90, would probably give her a stroke. She'd be like, what? Don't ever say those words in that sentence to me ever again. Mute on Twitter is good. So is clicking not interested on Twitch. Browse channels is good too. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I have never been more of this belief than I am now that there is truth to protecting your peace online. And it really is better to just clear out space, because most of these people, they don't have motion. They don't have real influence. There's nothing productive nor good to be gained from allowing these people to continue sucking up the oxygen in your space. Just energy vampires. Yes. Absolutely. This weekend was unhinged, cursed timeline from all sides of the political spectrum. I know. I always feel like when friends of mine will message me and be like, oh my God, I saw this shit. And they're people who go through even worse shit. I'm like, oh my God, don't worry about me. How are you? I feel like I get a fraction of what you get. But yeah, anyway. Abyss Toucher, thank you for the tier 1. This week definitely felt unhinged. Yeah. There's some real unhinged vibes all over the place. More than usual, I will agree. More than usual. Well, all right. Let's see. I talked about obsession, talked about socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. Appreciate you. Okay, I talked about obsession. Oh, the last thing I wanted to talk about, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I don't know if y'all saw that the Pope is poping. The Pope is poping, and the Pope wrote a 40,000 word manifesto declaring war on AI. The Pope came out and said, look, as the vicar of Christ, I am here to deliver the word of God. And the word of God is that fuck AI. We need to stand against it. Humanity, created by God in all its grandeur, is today facing a pivotal choice, either to construct a new Tower of Babel or to build the city in which God and humanity dwell together. In Jesus Christ, this humanity in its grandeur becomes the way, the truth, and the life, opening the path for each of us to grow toward fulfillment. Here is the entire thing. If you wanted to read it, I'll just read the beginning of it. Magnifica Humanitas of His Holiness Pope Leo the 14th on safeguarding the human person in the time of artificial intelligence. Look at this. There's chapters and subchapters. My God. Introduction. Humanity, created by God in all its grandeur, is today facing a pivotal choice, either to construct a new Tower of Babel or to build the city in which God and humanity dwell together. I feel like I need some Catholic Mass. There's this playlist, Catholic Mass Bangers. Let's see what's on the Catholic Mass Bangers. Okay, Shepherd Me, O God. That is banger. The Summons. Okay. Christ Be Our Light. All right, I do remember this one being a banger when I went to Catholic church. This one from BioShock.
Okay, you have been listening to an update from Orange County authorities.
Nope. Ooh. 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 Okay. Each generation inherits the task of shaping its own era, of guiding history to become a place where the dignity of every person is safeguarded, where justice is promoted, and fraternity is made possible. Yet every era also runs the risk of creating an inhumane and more unjust world. Whenever humanity is in danger of marring its true identity, we Christians lift our eyes to the incarnate God, knowing that it is only in the mystery of the Word made flesh that the mystery of humanity truly becomes clear. In Jesus Christ, add an Irish accent, in Jesus Christ, this humanity in its grandeur becomes the way, the truth, and the life, opening the path for each of us to grow towards a fullness. Founded on Christ, the living stone, we experience the powerful and mysterious action of the Holy Spirit, and we believe that every authentic human effort to cooperate with Him for the good will be blessed by our Heavenly Father, in whom we place our hope. For this reason, we can diligently contribute to every initiative that builds a more just world, and we can call others to collaborate in promoting the integral development of every human being. We wish to engage in dialogue with all women and men of our time, with whom we share in the events, questions, and aspirations of humanity. Together with them, we seek to identify new paths for the common good and for promoting a dignified life for all. Indeed, openness to dialogue is an integral part of the Church's vocation, because constituted in Christ as a sacrament of communion with God and of the unity of the entire human race, she recognizes history as the place where the gospel challenges and directs human experience. In case you don't know, this translates to fuck AI. In that spirit, Pope Leo XIII published his encyclical Rerum Novarum in 1891, the 135th anniversary of which we celebrate with deep gratitude that year. With that document, my beloved predecessor gave impetus to the reflection on society, the economy, and politics, which is now known as the social doctrine of the Church. When some objected that the Church should not waste energy on worldly matters, but instead focus on communicating the message of eternal life, Leo XIII responded with realism and wisdom, saying that the proclamation of the gospel cannot overlook the concrete lives of people. Many decades have passed since then, and the magisterium, the pastors, the theologians, and faithful have continued to reflect on social issues in the light of the gospel. Today, the social doctrine of the Church is a legacy of wisdom, where we find principles for thought, criteria for discernment and judgment, and concrete guidelines for action. Founded on sacred scripture and tradition, and in engagement with the sciences, it helps us clearly interpret the challenges of the present and identify appropriate ways for living out a clear Christian witness with joy and in service to the world. It is not an inert set of concepts, but a living corpus of truth that safeguards and interprets humanity's vocation to a full and just life. I therefore wish to add my own voice to this living tradition, invoking the help of the Spirit of wisdom, who has dwelt in the world since its beginning. And then 40,000 more words about how we need to destroy AI. Oh my God. Praise. It's jumped out. Holy shit. Oh, he's got his sources cited. The culture of power and the civilization of love. Building peace through justice, adopting the perspective of victims, the need to disarm words. We can all do our part. Building the civilization of love. And in conclusion, let each builder choose with care how to build. Dear brothers and sisters, we have reflected on the world we are building, and we asked ourselves what it means to safeguard the human person in the era of artificial intelligence. At the end of this reflection, I would like to propose a sober yet demanding program of Christian life with which we can navigate this epochal change in the light of the gospel. This avenue emerges through contemplating God's plan, living ecclesial unity by partaking of the Eucharist, building a world centered on the common good, and praying in union with the blessed Virgin Mary. Everybody now, say it with me. Fuck AI. He also held the papacy accountable for their part in slavery. Goddamn! Yo, the Pope! The Pope! The Pope is saying what needs to be said. Wow. Wow. Artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed. The word disarmed is strong, I know, but deliberately chosen because this moment needs words capable of attracting attention, awakening consciences, and indicating, oh my God, now I'm just stuck in the Irish, indicating paths forward for humanity. Pope bass, baby. Pope bass. Here's the main bangers. Damn. The way society treats migrants, he says, reveals whether its sense of justice is driven by fear or by the spirit of fraternity. Social justice and the litmus test regarding migrants. Yes. How we treat the most vulnerable in our society is a reflection of said society. Abuse and the examination of conscience by the church. This examen, he says, is an integral part of a journey toward justice, which includes acknowledging the harm done, just reparation, and taking steps to prevent it from happening again. New forms of slavery and colonialism. AI also generates new forms of slavery, such as that of the scarred, injured, and worn down bodies of those who work in the extraction of the rare earth elements needed for technology. The Pope did not leave a single thing out of his 42,000 word manifesto. Algorithms do not make war morally acceptable. He warns against the use of weapons linked to AI because there is no algorithm that can make war morally acceptable. AI does not remove the intrinsic inhumanity of conflict. Indeed, it can only bring about conflict more quickly and render it more impersonal, lowering the threshold for resorting to violence, transforming defense into threat prediction, and thus reducing victims to data. In this way, it will accustom us to the idea that violence is inevitable and needs only to be optimized. Any technology that facilitates attacks without seeing the face of human beings lowers the moral threshold of conflict. Yup. Yup. Okay, but including jihadist groups is kind of a weird line. We'll work on it. Next manifesto. Next one. Yeah. So that's what's going on with the Vatican. That's what's happening there. When's the 24-hour stream where we read the whole thing? I wonder how long it would take me to read the whole thing. It is quite a lot of words. 42,000 words. I think if I were to do it all in an Irish accent, by the end, I would be permanently stuck in an Irish accent. Shouts out to a friend of the show, Pope Crave. That's right. Friend of the show, Pope Crave. We love Pope Crave. Got to send that to my Catholic MAGA family. Yeah, what are they going to say? The Pope is wrong? What are they going to say about that? They're going to be like, I don't care what the Pope says. I'm like, well, that's blasphemy. You call yourself a Catholic? Utter blasphemy. They do be doing that. Ooh. I like that this is a 10-minute track of baptism music. It's just It hits though. Yes, it does. Song is 10 times funnier when you know what happens to this song. When you know of what happens to this song in BioShock Infinite. It is kind of giving. Read the sound was blind, but now I see. Do a little mashup with Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace. Throw a little Fergie in there. A little ding, ding, ding goes the trolley. Just put them all in there. Little Quando. Tell me, when will you be mine? Quando. And then there's the sound of Red Dead Redemption. Where is the love? Where is the love? What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mamas. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama. Only attracted to things that'll bring them trauma. Overseas, yeah, we're trying to stop terrorism. But we still got terrorists here living. In the USA, the big CIA, the Bloods and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate. And discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. And the madness is what you demonstrate. That's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love that you set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love you're all. To the love y'all. To the love y'all. To the love y'all. I said to the love y'all. To the love y'all. To the love, to the love, to the love, to the love. Okay. Oh my God, Kid Chrono, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm a paid performer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kid Chrono. Keeping this performer fed. That's right. Artie, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Wow. Wow. I can't believe I kept a straight face doing that. Melly, thank you for the 10 months. Speaking of mashups, did you see this? Oh God, what is it? Duet with Christian next time. I do feel like the Where is the Love and Baptism Music BioShock Infinite soundtrack mashup kind of works. Saucepot Indie, thank you for the bits. Kind of works. You know?
Beat, shebang. All of my ops, they dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head. How much I got? A lot. Don't leave again, I won't. Thinking of trying me, do like Bryson, pussy ass nigga, and don't. Can I forgive? I can't.
Dr. Seuss S. Rowe.
What do I need? Some head. Shorty keep asking a date. She tryna finesse Polly Market for bread. Where's the beef? It's cooked. Where's the boy? He's booked.
No.
Don't even recognize none of these things at the top of the charts. I look. Am I upset? A bit. That's when you drop. Well, shit. I did press play on that hoe. Mid, skip. What should I take? A trip?
Oh my God. Why? I feel like I was levitating and now I crash landed. Why is this perfect in how it has the same flow, but it's terrible? It's terrible. CC, thank you for the gifted. Sky, thank you for the bits. Why? We were all floating. And the madness is what you demonstrate. That's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love that you set it straight.
Who should I take?
Oh God.
God.
Control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love you're all. To the love y'all. To the love y'all. Do you think those people who called me a white woman after the last time I sang Where's the Love, do you think they'll like this? To the love y'all. I think they'll be like, we take it back. To the love y'all. To the love y'all. To the love, to the love, to the love, to the love. Okay. Oh my God.
Manish on a beach, shebang. All of my ops, they dead.
This is such a... I'm sorry. I'm doing this to you.
Manish on the beach, shebang. All of my ops, they're dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go? My head? This nigga stop!
Manish on a beach, shebang. All of my ops, they dead.
Okay, that reaction is so funny. I'll say it again. Your voice. Oh, thank you, Trick Throat. Thank you. That's so kind. That's so kind. It's so bad. It's terrible. Oh my God. The Pope will see this and invite you to the Vatican to do a live performance of Where's the Love set to baptism music, to do live performance in front of the entirety of the Vatican. Wow. Whew. Mad C, thank you for the 6 months. He's trying to bring back semicolon rap, but he wasn't good at it the first time. It's objectively bad. And I think you don't have to be a Drake hater to be like, yeah, that's not good. That is trash. Slattern, thank you for the bits. All right. Okay, enough. Enough is enough. We're gonna do a little gaming. Circle Face, thank you for the 5 gifteds. Thank you so much for the level 5, y'all. We're going to the Vatican on this train. Look at this one. I like that this is just a reaction genre now. People reacting to Drake and hating it. Is this why people are asking streamers to react to it? I do think so. I think it's because it's easy to make fun of. All right. I have to run to the bathroom. I'm going to pull up our game. Nope, I guess not. I guess I quit. Never mind. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I didn't want to play that anyway. Oh, great. The game is already playing. No, it's not. Now it is. Have you seen that? But set to Hickory Dickory Dock. Yeah, we just watched. We watched that, which was the first of the things that we watched with that song. Do you ever update your drivers? I tried to, and then I couldn't figure it out, and so then I quit. That's what happened. That's what took place. All right. I have to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a second. All right, y'all. Time for a little bit of gaming. Nightcap. And then, yeah. Good stuff. All right. If you are heading out for the evening, thank you for hanging out. I'll be live tomorrow, so hopefully see you back. Everybody else, it's a little Red Dead. It's a little Red Dead time. Little Red Dead time. And then I think Nandre and I will return to the underwater tomorrow night. Do a little bit more Subnautica 2. What chapter are we? I don't know. Oh, wait. I remember what we did. We escaped the giant gator, and we're doing one of Dutch's plans. You're almost done with Saint Denis if you're looking for a break from RDR2. Wow, I'm almost done with Saint Denis.
Come on now, boy.
Hi, buddy. Okay, let's see where we are on the map. Great. Okay, what is... Isn't there something... Aren't we kind of still doing the plan here? How did we end off on... Yeah, just one more plan. That's it. That's all we need. One more plan. Look for the yellow, this one here. Wow, this is far. Rains fall, asks you to meet his son Eagle Files to steal some documents from Cornwall, Kerosene, and Tar. Okay. I wonder if I can fast travel to Valentine so I don't have to go all the way. If you want to do the stranger missions in this area, do them before you wrap the area. Okay, are these all these two, right? Black Bell, Jeremiah Compson. Yeah, we're going to Tahiti for sure. Capture Wilson J. Daniels for the professor so he has someone to execute. Right. Okay. I'll do this one. This one seems fun. Yes, so that was the electric chair one. Did you see the ghosts in the swamp? No. Didn't know there were ghosts in the swamp. Real ghosts in the swamp? Ooh, you know what? I feel like I'm gonna do a little... Where's my bow and arrow? There we go. Okay, where's this pig?
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me get a little meat. Let me hunt this. Watch this. Yeah, baby! God damn it, I forgot these things take, like, multiple shots. Come on. Come on. There we go. Got one of them feral hogs. That's pretty good. Headshot for a faster kill. Don't shoot so many times you can ruin the... Oh. Damn, I thought that was pretty good shooting. Guess not. Not as good as I thought. Oh god, it's so... It's so foggy. It's so foggy. All right. That's good.
Let's go, boy.
Let's go, boy. You're running low on ammo. Ah, shit. Does she not hear the crying woman? What? La Llorona is in this game. I don't hear anything. Oh shit! Oh god! Gator! Gator! Okay. Should I get off Farlito? What? Wait, stranger.
Hello?
Hello? You okay?
Where are you? You hurt?
Fuck is this? I hear her now, I do.
Man, you all right? Ma'am? You okay, ma'am? Talk to me.
La Llorona. You good?
I'm not gonna hurt you.
You okay?
Oh, shit!
What the fuck? Should I shoot her? I don't know. Wait, are these ghosts? Are these ghosts? I'm dead. What the fuck just happened? Those were ghosts? They just freaking killed me. What the fuck? It was a freaking trap. And I totally fell for it. So what is happening here? Oh my God, I'm really going through space and time. So what they did is you're a good person, they eat. So this is why I don't help people. Okay? This is fucking bullshit. Who's this? Is this them? Should I fucking take them out? No, this is a guy.
What's the commotion?
You a loon or something? This night folk country.
Night folk?
Folk. I can look after myself.
Okay.
Maybe you should clear out, though, if you're so troubled by things of the night.
It's night folk. And I would, it's just... they on my property.
These goddamn night
Hey,
folk.
Would you help me?
Oh, yeah, I
Get 'em
will.
off?
Oh, yes, I will. Yes. Oh, I'm looking for a little revenge.
Maybe. Well, show me where this place is. We'll see.
All right. Let's go. Hey, it's just over there. You a good man, partner.
Oh, I'm not that good of a man. I'm a bad
Them
man.
night folk could put me on a pipe. They got their paws on
I'm
me.
a bad man.
Hang me up on a hardwood hammock. Boy, I'm lucky I ain't dead as it is. Night folk. Oh, they bad people. Bad folk. Animals. A lot of them. You know,
Oh, I know,
I
they
ain't
killed
never
me.
heard no night folk speak. There's not been one peep out of no night folk. Not that I ain't heard it, at least. Imagine not uttering a sound. Can you fathom that?
This guy better
What
not
kind
be
of
tricking
evil
me.
Don't make no sound. It's bad, all right. Bad. I mean, I don't meet many folk out here on my own, the most part, but I still speak, you know.
This guy
I talk to
really
myself, ain't
talks
no
a
one
lot.
else around. Chew my own goddamn ear off.
I can imagine.
Now, used to be the gators was the worst thing in the bayou. Gators and snakes. I've been snake bit more times I like to remember. Ain't been gator bit, though. Got that to be thankful for, at least. Gator bites is nasty.
This guy is a yapper.
Then turtle bites is bad, too. They call them snapping for a reason.
Yeah, well, I've been known to snap,
It's one of the few
too.
games that pull the Southern Gothic vibes. It
How
really
about we keep
mixes
it
a lot together.
Yes, partner. Yep. Uh-huh. That's
This guy
probably
is
best.
definitely racist, too. Look at him. These not folk.
Damn bats. Don't you worry about no bats. I'll tell you when you got to worry, all right?
Where you taking me, bro? I'm just practicing. Oh shit, I see some X's. That means they're dead.
Oh, hell. Look at that.
Oh shit.
He fresh.
Oh god.
You see what I mean? This night folk work.
Lord. Do they have anything I can loot?
Fella. Good fella.
Oh, Jesus.
Didn't deserve this. Now, come on.
Man. And they got looted already. Crying shame.
More damn bats. Slow down. Hey, hey. Poor fella on a tree.
Follow the old Cajun.
You think it's bad being a dead fella on a tree? It's worse when you're a live one with a stick through you. Lamps out. They might not speak, but they sure can see.
Okay.
Now look out here. There's gators.
Let me eat a little bit. You get a little bit of food in my system.
Place. What a place to make your home.
It's nice, ain't it?
Okay. I need some health core, canned sweet corn. All right. Let's do a little bit more. Oh, shit. Okay. That's good. Getting hungry after seeing a couple dead bodies. Nothing like some dead bodies to get your appetite going. And some cigs for the Deadeye. This is how I do badass shit. Yo. Smoking a cig.
There we go. Up there. Night folk up to all sorts. You go deal with them. I'll be here with my rat gun.
Okay.
Do what you can.
All
They
right.
got someone.
Oh,
Poor
shit!
fella.
They already
too
see
late
us?
for him. That's bad juju, all right.
Oh, damn. Wait, do I have more? Hold on. Yes. Yup. Here we freaking go. You know what's up. You know how we do it.
Hey, clear off of there.
Ha-ha!
Guess they're coming.
Oh, shit!
Away from me!
Oh, God! Oh, old man is dead! Oh, no! I led them straight to him! Oh, that old Cajun went down!
Up there.
Shit!
Night folk up to all sorts.
Okay, new
You go
strategy.
deal with them. I'll be here with my rat gun.
Wait.
Okay,
New
do
strategy.
what you can.
Okay, I need. Fuck. Shit, man. I got a dead eye.
Too late for him. That's bad juju, all right.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna use one of these again. And then throw it. Go. Throw it, Arthur. Yes. Yes.
Hey. Clear off.
Yeah! Yeah! Oh, shit! Fuck!
Wait for me.
Damn! Damn! Damn, these bullets are too shit! Fuck! Oh! Is someone stabbing me?
Hurry, hurry.
Alright. Wait, I totally forgot to Deadeye.
Hey, God damn you.
God! Okay, good, good. Fuck, Arthur, you're terrible. Nice. Got him. Yes.
Come get your reward.
More Molotovs. Ah. I freaking did it.
Boy, that's gotta
Whoa!
be more of them.
How did that guy?
Wait here.
How'd that guy do that? Wait, watch this. Don't worry, because I've.
I don't like this. Not at all.
Hee hee!
Away from here.
Yup. Oh no! I didn't even see that guy. Fuck. Ooh, right in the gut.
Boy, oh boy, that's gotta be more of
Okay,
them.
don't worry, because this time,
Wait here.
now I know how to do
I
shit.
don't like this. Not
Watch
at all.
this. Oh shit, I'm on fire! Oh no! Oh god, Ah! Okay, fuck. It's not good. Okay, wait. Shoot!
Boy, oh boy, that's gotta be more of them.
Okay, third time, got this. Why did I eat a cheese wedge? I don't freaking
I
know.
don't like this. Not at all.
Oh, no. More. Ah, Jim.
No, I'm on fire again! Wait, okay, really gotta figure out how to not be on fire, man. Hold on. What can I take to not be dying? Cheese? No! What am I supposed to do? The cheese again? Oh, God. How do I stop lighting myself on fire? Fuck! Okay, new plan.
That's gotta be more of them.
We're not gonna do that anymore. Now I gotta protect the old Cajuns. That's fine. I'm gonna do it the old school way.
I don't like this. Not at all.
Old school. Watch this.
Go.
Yup. Okay. Yup. Perfect.
It's the bad evil.
Perfect. Just wait for them to come to you. Come on. Okay. Yup. Yup. There we go. Old school.
That's gotta be them.
I don't need no Molotovs. Fuck.
Okay, they're dead.
That was crazy, dude.
Well. Okay.
Oh, so much loot.
I got something for you now.
Is this guy gonna do something fucked?
How you doing?
Give me a moment.
Hey!
What?
I literally see that rock. What are you doing? Are you gonna hit me with that? Oh, I thought he was.
Partner.
What the shit is that?
What is this? Swamp trash?
No, that's some of the good stuff right there. You good man, mister. Damn decent.
Oh, I kind of almost killed him because I thought he was gonna hit me with a rock.
I'll be fine. Night folk won't come here anymore. They dumb, but they ain't stupid.
Well,
What the hell?
so long now.
Are you freaking kidding me? That's it. Stupid ass shit. Stupid ass old Cajun gift, which is swamp trash. Free loot though. Let's see what they've got. Trash. Crackers. Whatever. Okay, let's see. Dude, let me go outside and see if any of them have anything decent. I bet not. I already have a lot. Damn, that guy's head is blown off. Damn. Got a hat here. All right. You know what? One of the better hats. Yeah, I do need a vacation to Tahiti. You have found a special hat? Oh, I found a special hat. Oh. Okay, special hat. Okay. Love it. That's a good one. Okay. Why is the what on the map? It's the set that makes you look like Eastwood in the Dollars trilogy. I mean, it's a pretty good hat. What's that raccoon want? That's my loot. What is Will reacting to me playing Red Dead? Oh. Oh. Okay.
That was beautiful. She's so good. She's so fucking good at singing. I love when she sings stuff like that. You know what I wish she would sing?
I love when she sings stuff like that. That being me mashing up Where's the Love with BioShock Infinite's baptism music. No.
Rest in peace, my granny, she got hit by a bazooka. Yeah, I think about it every time I hit the hookah. Kaboom.
Kablow.
You know I could do a sick cover of that song. Grammy got hit by a bazooka. Kaboom. Kablow. Will saying, I love when she sings stuff like that. All right, Furlito. Well, that was a crazy little detour. Where's my guy? When's the church music plus Where's the Love plus bazooka? Gotta work on that one. Yeah, wait, where's the crying lady? Where is she? Nighttime only. Well, maybe I'll have to come back. Sorry, did this guy just fall off his horse? Hello? Okay. Did he just die? That was weird. All right. I probably shouldn't have done that. That's true. I admit it. I admit it. Fucked up. All right. Where's this black bell? I know, I just can't help but to loot.
You there?
Oh, hello?
You a bounty hunter?
Well, not right now, I ain't. Black Bell, I'd like to talk to you about your Wild West days.
I don't care much for reminiscing. You got any friends as bounty hunters?
Not me, ma'am.
Mine.
No, ma'am.
Well, then you done led them boys here and you none the wiser.
Ah, those bounty
No, ma'am. Let me turn this volume up a little bit.
hunters.
Knew my luck had run out sooner or sooner.
I'll take him down with you,
I'll tell
ma'am.
him you're gone.
Oh, no. I ain't hiding from them scalp hunters. Not running from them neither.
Love her.
Fighting? Yeah, if it's just me against him, that'd be a waste of time and nitroglycerin.
Well, let me know what I can do.
You want that Wild West story, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Get up here quick.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna give you the word. Hit that. Whole place is wired.
Oh, shit.
Black Bell, I got a contract here for your life or your liberty.
These bozos.
Sooner it be liberty.
That's mighty reasonable, mister. Come here, let me take a look at it. Come on.
Okay, detonate.
Oh, come on.
Do I do it now? When do I do it? Tell me when.
Just there. Now. Set it off.
Me? Now? Okay.
Here comes your contract.
Yay! Got him.
Hey, look. They're trying to flank us.
Oh, well, they can try. How many are there?
Hunter, you want to see them fly?
I'm sorry to the horse. I'm so sorry to the horse. I really don't like shooting the horses. Wait for this guy. Wait, what the fuck is that?
There's gonna be some price on me when all this is done.
Wait, should I blow up the detonator again?
It's idiots chasing it.
Well, at a certain price, you don't get idiots. I keep firing like that.
Damn!
Getting hit.
Wait, I got an idea. Watch this. Hold on.
Bridge too low. More coming down the road. Hey, I got the back of that truck.
Shit! Look to the right. Oh. This one. What the fuck is happening? Shit! Wait. What is going on? Okay, I definitely got shot 100 times.
Back to the front. More riders.
Okay, so now... Okay, so basically... So I pull this when they get close. At least I did catch fire.
Gatling gun.
Use a rifle. Okay. Hold on. How do I get my rifle? Oh, it's on the horse? Ah, shit. All right. Watch.
Your gun.
done.
Oh, this lady's crazy. But I love her.
Chasing it.
But at a certain price, you don't get idiots. That boy's gonna get all the
God damn it.
done. Just as I was getting my hearing back. Get him before the whole damage turns
Finally, some peace and quiet.
Yes. Okay, how did it go from 3? How did it go from
that
like
the
3
last
to
of 'em?
20?
Yeah. You got them scalp hunters off your back.
For now.
For now. So,
That's crazy.
you gonna tell me about your Wild West days? Running with Jim Boy Calloway?
Little boy Calloway?
I
The
like
only
these-
running he did
wait, I
was
like these two
away from
together.
a fight. And that's about the end of it.
Well, the man's apparently a famous gunslinger.
Yeah, so they say. But don't get what's famous confused with what's true. The ones of us that lived that life, we was too busy being scared for our scalp to talk to no newspaper writers or dime novel men.
Well, what were they like
The
then?
shotguns aren't the
Those
strongest. I know I
days
love
they all
shotguns
talk about.
though.
Same as now, I guess.
She and Sadie would get along.
Only longer ago.
All right. I'm gonna need your picture too, if it ain't a trouble.
No, sir, no trouble at all. Can't be worse than those awful drawings on the wanted
It
posters.
is my emotional support
Hell,
shotgun.
Great. Look, you stand over there and let me get this thing ready.
Arthur
ready?
does not know how to use this.
How do you want me? Like this?
Yeah, perfect. Nice.
Okay.
Woo!
Got it.
And I guess I'll be on my way.
Here. Well, thank you, Mrs. Bell. You gonna be all right?
Oh, been running for 20 years. Suppose I'll be running till
You
I
think
drop.
this diva ain't gonna be
Just
all right
the
on her
way
own?
it is.
Good luck.
All right, let's see what kind of loot we got here. Can I have this? Can I have this machine gun? How do I bring that back to camp? Shit. No, unfortunately, that blows. Come on, Arthur, just bring it home. Gun oil. Damn, I wonder how many people Arthur's killed at this point. How's that belt staying on his ass? I don't know. Killed 2 entire towns. That's true. All right. Let's get. Oh, Farlito. So cute. Okay, so we got Dutch over here. We got Jeremiah Compson, break into Jeremiah Compson's house, recover his possessions. And we got the professor. Do Dutch last. Okay. So what if I go up here? Finally finish this mission. Hi, buddy. Here. Let me give you a little groomy groom. That's my good boy. That's my baby. Remember to swap your weapons. Okay, what should I swap to? Let's see. Double action revolver. Okay, oh, the volcanic pistol is good. I like that one. And then, is the shotgun bad? Sawed-off shotgun. Cattleman revolver. Swap the bow. Oops. To the, which one is good? Rare rolling block rifle. Lancaster repeater is good. Oh, don't bring two shotties. Okay. Anything but two shotguns. Long arm back, pump up. I like the shotgun though. What if I just brought one shotgun? What if I just have one?
There, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I get some meat? What do you think? Or is that stealing? You'll get low honor? God damn it. What the fuck? No, I'm not trying to do a low honor run. We gone to the theaters? Hell yeah.
Yep.
I need to cook this meat I got. And I need more meat. Okay. Oh wait, these are Oh, those horses are beautiful. I'm not gonna eat the horses. I'm not that desperate. I couldn't do that in front of Farlito. He would no longer trust me. God, riding my horse in this rain. Like a real Western man. You can't harvest horse anyway? Really? Low honor weather? Stop! No, it's just raining. It's not low honor weather. Whatever. Rain is great. You're a good boy. Oh. Wait.
Taking this one in.
What?
Stay out of our way.
You guys need help?
They called you a woman killer, not a turncoat. Your own brother?
What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to shoot these guys?
Stay back or you'll be sorry.
Okay. Don't you do nothing about it. Wait a sec. Wait, I'm doing a good thing. I'm doing a good thing here, right? I'm helping this guy.
Hey, get stuck on this horse.
I got you. Okay, this better be some honor. Fuck, this guy. Fuck, wait. I gotta deal with this guy. Hold on. Hold on.
Enjoy the peace.
Hold on. Wait. Hey, stop it.
Careful, big man.
Stop it. You better not say shit. All right. You gonna say anything? Fuck, is he dead? God damn it, I didn't even punch him that much. Fuck! Oh, God. Wait, how come sometimes it gives you the option to, it gives you the option to, like, threaten him and say, hey, don't say anything. Fuck.
Jesus, thank you. You had me mixed up with my brother.
Okay.
I don't got no money, but the Valentine doctor does.
Also, you just... Shit, who's another witness? Fuck. I gotta get out of here. You're welcome. Unarmed assault? What? What was the point of that? Fuck. God damn it. Oh, God. Yeah, I was about to fuck that guy up too, but I gotta chill. There's a whole train of people who want you to kill that guy. Fuck! Sometimes you do have to mind your own business. Seriously. It's freaking, what the heck? Why am I off-roading like this? Wait, and am I locked out? Fuck! Damn it! Because my freaking crimes? Fuck. Okay, what if I set up shop? Or what if I set up a fire? And do my thing, you know? Wait, what the heck? Okay. What? I was gonna cook some food. Where's my... What? Alright, where's this guy? I guess I'm in the mission. Whoa. Ooh. Christ. Where's this fucking guy? Oh, God. Oh, no. Those bounty hunters? Are they looking for me? What are those red dots? Are those cops? No, that's part of the mission? Fuck. What should I do? Molotov? Or do I just like... I don't know. Do I just freaking go for it? to kill this horse. Fuck, I fucked up. God damn it. Okay, did that work? Yeah. Nice.
Son of a bitch.
Shit, I'm out of Deadeye. Okay, I'm just shooting now. We're just shooting. Ah, the horse! Is that right? The horse made their choice? You know what? You're right. Okay, so I gotta go get the big red skull. Is that him? Fuck! Oh God, I can't get up this hill. It's too rainy. So what am I supposed to do about this guy? Ah, fuck! Shit, there's more guys? Damn it, I fucked up. Shit. Oh, God, I thought I had all of them. Oh, that was terrible. Terrible. Terrible strat. Fuck was that? Okay, new spot. Clean your weapons. Okay, let's clean our weapons. How do I clean this? L3. Nope. You have a sniper. Okay, that is not going to be cleaned. LB and then LB and then L3. Okay, does that not need to be cleaned or something? Maintain RS. Hello. There we go. Clean. Okay, great. And then let's go clean this bad boy. Condition barely functioning. Oh my God, no wonder I'm not doing any damage. That's crazy. Condition is barely functioning. That's so bad. That's terrible. Okay. What about this guy? Let's see. Okay, that one's good. Okay. That's not too bad. Yeah. Sun's out, guns out. That's right, baby. By the time we get to the end of the game, I will have finally figured out Deadeye. Okay, am I just gonna like send it? I don't know. Kind of just in this bush. Okay, now watch. I'm gonna.
I got a bullet for you right here.
Yup. Shit. Who are you? Okay, now let me try to Deadeye. Oh fuck. Is that the guy that I didn't want to kill? I can't really tell who's who. McDaniels is escaping. Okay, get his ass. Fuck! Fuck, how do I stop him? Oh God, I'm gonna have to do something I don't want to do. Oh God, I'm sorry! I'm sorry to his horse! I'm sorry! I'm sorry to the horse! I didn't know what else to do. I'm sorry! I'm sorry. Okay. Good. Now I can lasso him, right? Fuck. Is this not right? Why isn't this working? I don't understand. I punched him twice. What am I supposed to do? Shit. No, he's fine. He's still alive. He's still alive, see?
Come on. I got a special treat for you.
That's Paul Bastard.
Yeah, see? He's still alive. And I have his hat. Oh, God. I feel so bad about the horse. That's fucked up. I know. At what cost? Still alive, but at what cost? That is fucked up.
Take me to damn court then.
God.
This ain't America. We ain't free no more.
I just panicked and he was getting away and I'm not proud of what I did.
Raise my livestock. Married them to Native Americans. Killed any that tried
That was
to stop it.
Farlito's
I ain't
mother.
wrong.
It's probably the shit I did.
It's wrong. We was trying to live free.
It's fucked up.
You came along and laid waste. Take me in. Just take me to the jailhouse.
Oh my God, will you just stop talking?
You know, you ain't going to court. You ain't going to jail either. I'm taking you to a professor.
There's a criminal horse.
What in the hell are you talking about?
You're a lucky man, mister. You get to be part of a great experiment.
Wait, this is really fucked.
You ain't gonna die needlessly is what I mean.
This mission is really fucked.
It's gonna be an important step in the advancement of human knowledge.
What the hell you say, mister?
This professor, Andrew Bell III, I believe he said. He's a little odd, maybe harebrained, but I got no reason to doubt the quality of his work.
What's this damn professor
This is
got
really
to do
dark.
with anything?
Well, he wants to try this new electricity chair on you to kill you. Humane.
No.
Yeah.
He's like, what if we
Strap
didn't?
you into this contraption and run a large electric current through your system. Got something to do with moonshine.
He's like, that sounds fucking horrible, actually. What if we didn't do that?
Well, as I said, I can pass on his assurances that this is a most humane way to go. Be just like, well, like switching off a light.
They wouldn't let you do this to me. They wouldn't.
Oh, they
Well,
would. We got
yeah, they don't really care about this kind of stuff.
Animal husbandry, am I right? Well, you ever seen lightning strike livestock, Mr. McDaniels? Now, I ain't ever seen the actual impact, but I came across a pasture sometime after. The storm had just
Arthur
cleared,
sounds
there was
way too
smoke in
excited
the
to be
air,
involved in this.
Smell of burning hair.
I agree.
There must have been a dozen head of cattle lying there, piled up, mangled. Strange scars across their backs, legs, and necks. It's half like they was burned, half like the skin was ripped off.
No!
Eyes bleeding.
Arthur!
Some of them popped out.
What the fuck?
If I hadn't seen the storm, I would have thought some devil caused that mischief. But no, sir. It was lightning.
This is like the most Arthur has spoken.
I seen trees explode in front of me. I seen desert sand baked into glass. That's what I seen lightning do.
Arthur,
But,
you're being
hey,
way too much.
This electricity professor's got planned for you. That must be of an entirely different kind.
Arthur is like honestly doing the most. I need to give Farlito a carrot. Be a good boy. Plus, I killed his best friend. Arthur's really found his passion. Yeah, I think he giggled. I think he giggled. Oh, fuck. Me? Wait, what? Oh, shit! Oh, no! Oh, we got trouble. Oh, crap.
Get that bootlegging bastard!
Did I do it? Get on the horse. Fuck! What the fuck?
You gone? I'm sorry about that, McDaniels.
Oh my god, did I kill another horse? God damn!
Uh-huh. Me too. Well,
I didn't mean to.
we ain't got far to go. Hold on tight now.
Farlito's seen what you've been doing to his brothers and sisters. I'll just give him another. Oops. Oops. Wait. Oops. Oops. Fuck. Which one do I like again? The double action. Okay. I'll just give him another carrot. Good thing is I didn't panic. Yeah. Oh my god, please let us be there. Hello. You pumped your entire shot into that guy on his horse because you did Deadeye. Fuck. Fuck. This is what happens when I use Deadeye.
Well, here we are. The professor will be real pleased to meet you.
No!
Here, I got him.
Bring him to me. Wonderful. Just wonderful.
Come on. Don't be
Farlito
shy
just
now.
taking a
Let's go.
shit. What's his crime again?
Put him down
No.
just there.
Now, where's
I
my
don't know.
money?
Money?
Oh, Arthur,
Yeah,
what the
for all
fuck?
the running around I've been doing.
Oh, well, once they buy my humane electric ending facilitator, there'll be money enough for you,
Yo,
sir.
this guy's a freaking scammer.
All right, let's get our poor
Oh,
unfortunate
he had sex
ready
with
for the
animals, that's right.
demonstration.
Yeah.
Oh, do come and watch. It'll be
I'm
amazing.
so sorry I put him near Farlito. Okay, wait. Watch? For reals? Am I supposed to go with? Oh, it's later. Okay. What? Or I'm supposed to follow?
Boy.
You really testing me now. You know that?
Check the map. Okay. Investigate the commotion. Come on, baby, do the locomotion. Ooh, we got a CC mission at the police station. For now, you should go to the gun store and get shotgun rounds. Dude, I gotta go pay off another fuck-ass bounty. Okay, I guess I'll go do that and then go to the gun store.
Look out!
Come on, baby, do the execution.
friend.
I know you're in there.
Oh. What the fuck? Okay.
You coward!
I don't know.
We gonna talk about what you done to my wife.
Bro, chill.
You're a dead man.
What am I supposed to do with this guy? Save Charles? How do I... Okay. Is that good? Is that good?
Quite know why I did that.
Arthur, you do a lot of things.
It kept me amused some years.
You must go, my friend, before the gendarmerie arrive.
Hey, you gonna do right by this feller's wife?
You have done right by her. The little bird is free. I am an artist, cowboy. I must do what I feel. Look,
Oh,
I have
it's
an
the
exhibit
French
at the gallery.
boob
you
guy.
Come, see what I mean.
Bruh. This French dude up to no good. Is he dead? There's no way. One punch? Come on. Come on, dude. Okay. Alright, fucking fine. He's just napping. Well. 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 I'm gonna go buy some bullets.
How do you do?
Ow. All right, let's go to the gun store.
Sir, come in and have a browse.
Yes, thank
When you're
you.
ready, have a browse of our catalog. And I
Okay.
can go out back and get what you're looking for.
Let's have a look.
Let's get some ammunition. Revolver cartridges, high veloc.
Besides the shopper, I like it.
Revolver cartridges. Express. Pistol cartridges. Regular. A box. Express is best.
We sell a lot of that particular item.
Honestly, it's cheap, so I'm just gonna buy till it's sold out. This. Rifle cartridge.
Whoa, you don't mess around.
Shotgun shells. Slug. And I'll just buy some regular too. Permanently increases capacity for repeater. Oh yeah.
That's popular around here.
Permanently slows degradation for all weapons by... Actually, probably should. Permanently increase capacity for revolver and pistol ammo. Pistol ammo.
We sell a lot of that particular item.
I'm rich. Okay.
That's popular around here.
Oh wait, sawed off. Oh. Didn't I just buy all these? Or no? Did they just reset? Oh, you can buy. Oh, you can buy more now. Ah. All right. Well, now I got a lot of ammo. If I have high honor, you get discounts. What the heck?
Okay.
What the heck? That's stupid.
Uh-huh.
Yep. I heard this too.
Okay. Okay. I got plenty. Oh, I got plenty right here, River City. Okay, I think that's good. Got plenty of ammo. Will Neff!
Let me know if you need anything else.
William Neff. William Neff. William Neff.
Thanks for your assistance.
Hi, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna do one final mission. So, did you ever kill the clan? I did kill the clan. So, should I do... We've got Dutch. We've got Jeremiah. We've got Leopold. Let's go do Dutch. Okay.
Hey, partner.
Okay. Not Strauss, those long shark missions. Oh, fuck that. Also, I should probably go pay off my bounty. Again.
The skies are blue like the sea.
Can't remember better.
Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome in. We're gonna do one final mission for the evening. Let's go pay off our stupid ass bounty.
Be with you in just a moment. Good on you. Get a fresh start.
One final job.
Yes?
One final job. Collect my mail. How much money? I have a lot of money. Monsieur Kilgore, it's nice to meet your acquaintance, and those nice to meet so many people, but it's just long enough when I'm owed a small favor. Pasture gung-ho, frontier spirit, my old world. Cynicism could work well. Tells me to meeting at last. Come to the back of the mayoral residence anytime you want. Henri Lemieux.
I heard they found rats at
Lots of
Cafe
folks think I get
Marchand
bored.
again.
Henri Lemieux.
Hello.
I'm
Easy
rich
now.
as hell.
Hello there. Here we go.
Here we go. One final mission. Did the Knicks win?
Wait.
Nice.
Come on, pal.
Swept. Are they going to the finals?
Take a pamphlet.
When do the finals happen? Town is crowded as hell. It's gonna be worse than... Oh my god. Are you still gonna try to go? First time since 1999? Wowee. Timothy Chalamet's going. That is wild. Fuck, who are these guys? Wait, I already paid off my bounty. Who are they? Leave me alone! Ride, Farlito, ride! Are those god damn... Is that the mob? Being hunted by the mob. Worse than bounty hunters, they're Italians. They're the Italians.
Go.
Fuck, are they still on my ass? Maybe I'll go for those guys. God damn it. Hey, it's Maroney. Okay, let me give Farlitos some love. Farlito needs how do I go? Wait, feed. Here you go, baby. Here you go, baby. There you go. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. I love you. Daddy loves you.
Men like Mr. Bronte.
All right,
Mr.
Dutch.
Cornwall that ruined the West.
Arthur, there you are.
Here I
Come
am.
on. Thomas, let's get going.
Right you are.
Hey, Bill, you were a sharpshooter in the cavalry, weren't you?
What?
When we get there, maybe you could help with the suppression fire.
I never said I was no sharpshooter.
Oh, that's right. What was it? The nation's
We're going
most
to
loyal
Tahiti after
latrine
this.
digger, wasn't that it?
Yeah,
One
well,
final
I fought,
plan.
And I fought well.
So you always tell
You
us.
taught me something you could do with learning. Them Indians were
Do we
savages.
have any, like,
Watch your mouth there, boy.
crackers and...
Watch it. Only type of savage in these parts are moonshine, swilling, pompous, inbred locals.
Dutch, I saw things out there.
I
Those
don't
goddamn
doubt you
inbred
saw
locals.
things, Bill, but your tiny little mind was too small to comprehend
shut
what
up.
you saw. What you saw was people who lost everything to savagery. Savagery of peasants. Failures come from Europe to reap some awful vengeance on God's last creation.
Interesting way you boys gotta prepare for a killing.
I'm sorry I wasted my life trying
Honestly,
to teach you boys. Love you, though.
W Dutch.
Well, leaving love aside, you think we got this?
Don't you never
Dutch
leave love
is
aside,
spaced.
Arthur. It's all we got.
It's gone woke. Them gators.
Now you pick us up yonder.
I got you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Come on, quick. Stay quiet.
Here we's go. Wait, do you guys mind if I just get a little something? Is that cool with you? Fully restores stamina, fortifies. Let's do that one. Wait, hold on a sec, fellas. I need to get my dead eye. Wait, I'm coming, I promise. Moderately restores health core. All right, I'm coming. I had a little bit of cheese.
Plenty. Bill, you're with me.
Sometimes you just gotta have a
Arthur,
little
John,
charcuterie
you take
before
the
you
left
go
side.
do
If you see a shot, you
things
take
like
it.
this.
Okay? Good luck, gentlemen. Arthur, let's go. Let's go.
She discovered Deadeye? Not really. I did unload an entire mag into a horse. It was bad. Follow John. Oh, shit. Wait, John, hold on. John. Psst. Oh. Fuck. Oh, wait. Fuck. I don't remember who anybody is.
See those two? Stay out of sight.
Everybody's John. Okay, what now? Am I supposed to do something? Oh, shit! Oh! Okay! Oh, God! Oh, God, we're really doing it, aren't we? Okay.
Just get out! It's over! Send it right back!
Okay! Oh, fuck, I need my, is there another guy up here? Okay, good. Ah! Yeah! These Italians. Yeah, baby! Yee! Okay, are we winning? Fuck. There's so many of them. Yeah! I'll get this last guy. I got it! I got him! Nope, he's still alive. Somehow. This guy can really tank bullets.
This is not over yet.
Guy's really tanking them. So many. Am I going in? Oh. Okay.
Shoot that lock. Good. Now kick that damn door in.
Yep.
Quick, before we lose Bronte.
I got it.
Look out!
Oh, shit. Ah! Oh, wait, that was good. Oh, my God. Holy shit. Yeah! Whoa!
Your time is up, Bronte!
Back easy. Yeah, okay. Anybody else want to help?
You damn snake! Spread out! He's hiding somewhere. Arthur, have a look upstairs.
Okay.
Coming down the stairs.
Woo! That guy flew through the window. See, and that's why that's my shotgun, my emotional support shotgun.
Right. It's gotta be in one of these rooms. There you go.
Yeah! Oh, thank you. That looks so good. Oh, thank you. Love. Come on, kick it. No, he's in here.
John.
Oh, shit.
Oh, cats up.
Oh, my God.
Okay. I'm sorry, friend. No, name your price. Name your price. Every man have a price.
No, fuck you.
Okay. No, I surrender.
Should we kill him? Nah,
Oh,
he's
my
taking
God.
the Dutch. You can carry him. I ain't touching that piece of shit.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's some good ass looting. These guys got the real loot.
Let's go, Arthur.
Grab his pistol. This one. Or did I drop my good one?
You carry him.
Drop, warn, double action. No, the other one, the Mauser. Where is it? Can I switch out what I, drop Volk hit for double, warn, double action. Or cycle option with RB. Oh, what am I doing? Hello? Okay, that was so dramatic. Go a bit more forward. Okay, so if I go... Oh, God, this is so annoying. Okay, so if I go... Nope. How the fuck do I pick this thing up? It's this one, right? This one that I'm like stepping over? Okay. Now, what do I switch it out with? No, this is not it. Isn't that glowing? You guys, this is literally glowing. This gun right here. Well, that guy's head is gone.
Are we taking him to Dutch then?
Go straight. Oh, it's underneath his dead bod. Fuck. Okay. So what should I switch it out with? Lights of Dawn, thank you for the 9 months. Your revolver. This one? Okay. So drop double action revolver for Mauser pistol. So now I have the Mauser pistol. Okay, done. Wow. That was so hard. Okay. Success.
I think Dutch wants to have a little chat, Mr. Bronte.
All right. There's an alarm going off. Fuck. Wait, I'm wanted? Shit. Fuck, the popo.
Stay with me, Arthur.
I'm here. I'm here, Dutch.
Stop. Get after him. Everyone okay?
Fuck.
We're nearly there.
You know what? Fuck these guys.
Nobody's going to jail today.
We're taking a lion down.
Where do you want me to put him?
That's an order.
Yeah, I'm trying to do everything.
Shoot and move, fellas. Come on. Stay
Yeah, I'm literally doing everything I can. Oh, fuck. Wait. Holy shit, this is crazy.
Get our new friend on that boat before any more show up.
We maxed out on ammo. Yeah, but we kind of
Put him
spent
in
a lot
front.
of it.
Bill. Bill.
Got him.
Oh, come on, Lenny.
All right, come
on. Let's get out of here.
Honestly, carrying a man like that and shooting.
Hey, big man. We gonna ransom you or what?
Ain't nobody doing it like Arthur
Well, I
Morgan.
am. Because from where I'm sitting, you're the one deserving of pity, my friend. All your men, all your money, it weren't no match for a bunch of bumpkins.
You tell him. You can switch ammo types. Oh,
mean nothing. You stand for nothing. Me, I run a city. And when the law catch up to you, you will die like nothing. I am this country. You are what people are running from.
You don't run shit.
I possess things that you will never understand.
You don't even possess your own men. $1,000 to the man who kills him and sets me free.
I don't want your
What are you
stinking money.
gonna say now?
They are even bigger fools than you.
No doubt.
The law will find you. Already, the dogs are on the way.
Oh, yeah.
Are we giving him to the gator?
You are so right.
They are good at smelling filth, huh? So filth
Oh, shit.
has got to be disposed of. Our friends the patriots gonna come and rescue you, you repulsive little maggot. Call them now. You call them.
Goddamn. Yeah, this is proto waterboarding. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Dutch, that was
Part of your
so
philosophy
intense.
Books cover feeding a fella. The goddamn alligator, Dutch.
The part that covers weakness. That part. I don't know. Well, I do.
Gator
it ain't
feed.
nice. I know it. But it is us or him. I figure it might as well be him.
Well. Dutch also loves the drama. Loves it. Damn. That was intense. I know, I should take Dutch to the theater. He's so out of control. He needs a little theater in his life. Whew. I think it would do him wonders. I think he needs it. All right, y'all. That is it for tonight. A very exciting one to end on. Dutch feeding the Italian to the gators. It's gator food. I make it a meatball.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
You okay? You good?
I'm not gonna hurt you.
You okay?
Oh, shit!
What the fuck? When I got tricked. Should I shoot her? I don't know. Wait, are these ghosts? Are these ghosts? I'm dead.
Hold on,
What the fuck just happened?
The fucking end.
Wait, are these ghosts? Are these ghosts? I'm dead.
Oh, so silly. So silly. These ghosts.
Okay, don't
They
worry,
were ghosts.
because this time,
Wait here.
now I know how to do shit. Watch this. Oh, oh my God, Jesse Rhodes, you have the funniest. You have the have the funniest cutoffs for clips. You when you deadeye one guy in his horse.
The Rifleman.
Bro, this is why I can't do deadeye.
Starring Chuck Connors.
I can't do deadeye because I just unload an entire clip into a horse. And it's sad. And it's so sad. Yes, Will loved my singing clip. Said I love when she sings songs like this. To the love y'all. I said to the love y'all. To the love y'all. To the love, to the love, to the love, to the love. Okay.
That was beautiful. She's so good. She's so fucking good at singing. I love when she sings stuff like that. You know what I wish she would sing?
Kablow, kaboom. Rest in peace, my granny, she got
hit by a bazooka.
Yeah, I think about it every time
I hit the hookah.
Kaboom,
Kablow, kaboom.
I was in my room trying to teach my
little sister. Wait, I was hitting the harmony on that. Hold on a sec, I was vibing. All right, y'all. That's it for me. Sorry if you already mentioned, but are you guys gonna go see I Love Boosters? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. All right, I'm gonna send y'all to Sad Girl. And oh my god, I love this song. Little Chris Christopherson.
Well, I woke up Sunday morning.
God love Chris Christopherson. God love him. I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great rest of your night.
So I had one more for dessert. Then I fumbled through my closet for my clothes and found my cleanest dirty shirt. And I shaved my face and combed my hair and stumbled down the stairs to meet the day.